Good evening, everyone. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education monthly meeting is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Uguiles and Vanessa Pene Ramirez. Thank you for taking the time to join us. The first item on our agenda is a moment of silence. There are a few people coming in the room. Thank you for joining us. Once you're settled, we'll take our moment of silence. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is celebrations. Here we have a packed evening. Ms. Cooper.
Good evening, Chair Rogers, board members, DPS colleagues, and Durham community. Welcome to the celebrations segment of our meeting. There is much to be proud of and celebrate in our district, and that is evidenced by our very full slate of honorees this evening. Tonight, we begin with our Students of the Month, followed by our Alumni of the Month. Next, we will recognize our Teachers and Employees of the Month. We will then highlight our educators who have earned or who are renewing their national board certifications. And we will close with two special recognitions from the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. Please welcome Dr. Gloria Woods Weeks, principal of Riverside High School, for our first Student of the Month presentation.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Lewis, and the DPS community. It is my distinct honor to stand before you this evening to recognize and celebrate an exceptional student who exemplifies the very best of Riverside High School. She was selected as the DPS Student of the Month because she consistently demonstrates excellence in multiple areas. Not only is she a swimming champion, earning top finishes at state level competitions, but she also excels academically. She has earned distinguished scores on Project Lead the Way exams in Introduction to Engineering Design, Principles of Engineering, and Digital Electronics. Additionally, she has achieved fives on her AP exams in biology, calculus, world history, psychology, U.S. history, microeconomics, and physics, which demonstrates a strong understanding of the subject matter. Beyond her athletic and academic success, she is celebrated with kindness, leadership, and unwavering dedication to her peers and community. She actively participates in numerous extracurricular activities, including the Young Democrats, the Model UN Club, Battle of the Books, and Science Olympiad. Through her involvement, she has taken on multiple leadership roles and contributed significantly through community service projects. Her ability to balance her responsibilities with grace and determination is truly inspiring. We are incredibly proud of her as part of the Riverside family. Her resilience and compassion embody the spirit of our school and the broader DPS community. I have no doubt that she will continue to achieve remarkable success. She plans to attend Princeton University in the fall, where she will continue her competitive diving career. Her long-term goal is to attend medical school and pursue a career as a neurosurgeon. Please join me once again in celebrating our DPS Student of the Month, Ms. Vivian Brennan. Congratulations.
At this time, please welcome Mr. Brandon Hodges, Principal of Southern School of Energy and Sustainability, to present our second Student of the Month. Mr. Hodges.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity as well to present our student of the, who is a wonderful individual, a great asset to our school, but also a great colleague to all of her friends. Nanaye Nunez's greatness derived from her strength, passion, and her joyful nature. So as our student of the month, affectionately called Nana, and who endearingly brings joy and inspiration to all of those that she encounters. As a senior, she is a role model. Her teachers and administrators say she works hard to be the best student she can be and makes Southern School of Energy and Sustainability proud. She said, "My goal is to dwell on and continue to love my future career and learn and better myself as a student leader. Passion is what motivates me to achieve my goals." She's proud of the personal growth that she's attained and how she's remained true to herself. She attributes her strong work ethic to her mother, who is a very strong woman, if not the strongest that she knows. She raised me to be strong-minded and courageous in life. Teachers and administrators say she is a personable student who brings joy to those around her. Working as a media assistant in the Media Center, she represents Southern on the Superintendent's advisory team. She's also a member of the National Honor Society and the Student Government Association. After graduating from Southern, she plans to attend college and major in biology to become a microbiologist. While on her way to microbiology, she thinks her biggest accomplishment thus far is being named Student of the Month and then high school graduation. She's well-rounded and has interests outside of academics as well. So you'll learn from her that outside of schoolwork, she is an ambassador for the school, she is involved in track and field, and she thoroughly enjoys it. Among her creative passions are photography, painting, dancing, sewing, and graphic design. One of our counselors at school, Mr. Bradley, believes in her thorough success as well. He stated, "I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you for being named the March Student of the Month. This is such a well-deserved recognition of all of your hard work and dedication. You've consistently impressed me with your academic excellence and your commitment to success. With your GPA and college credits under your belt, you are truly setting an example for your peers. Keep up the great work. I'm incredibly proud of you, and I can't wait to see all of the amazing things you'll continue to achieve. Once again, congratulations on your achievement. And from all of us at Southern, we are proud of you and all of the things that you will continue to do to bring back to your community."
Congratulations to both Vivian and Nanaya. You have made your school communities proud, and you most certainly make the entire DPS community proud. We have a few items to honor you this evening. You both will receive a Student of the Month certificate, a Spark Pen for exemplifying DPS's core beliefs. Our friends at Triangle E-Cycling want to make sure that you are powered for success and a very bright future, so you both receive a laptop this evening. And at this time, we have a very special presentation from the DPS Foundation. Please welcome Katie Spencer-Wright, Director of Communications, for a special presentation, and following, she will present our Alumni of the Month honors. Katie?
Congratulations. Hi. At Durham Public Schools Foundation, we know that a well-funded public school can make all the difference in a student's life, giving them a strong community and a bright future. That's why DPS Foundation brings together organizations and people who are willing to do whatever it takes to support our students and champion our schools. We are honored to support you all and all the DPS Students of the Month. And pleased to share that we'll be awarding each of you with a $500 gift card and some additional goodies here in the bag from DPS Foundation. We hope that this gift card brings joy, allows you to pursue your interests, and speeds you on to your very bright future. All right, still me. DPS Foundation is partnering with DPS to honor alumni whose lives were shaped by their time at Durham Public Schools and the educators and staff that nurtured them. Tonight, we will be presenting the Alumni of the Month for February and March after the inclement weather in February. I am proud to announce that Oleg Nepluev was our Durham Public Schools Foundation Alumni of the Month for February. That's right. Get in the shot. Oleg is a proud graduate of Riverside High School, where his passion for technology and problem solving first took off. For the past 13 years, Oleg has been a dedicated educator at Triangle E-Cycling, where he teaches high school students how to build and repair computers, equipping them with both technical skills and real-world experience. He credits his time at Durham Public Schools with shaping his love for teaching and tinkering, thanks to the support of several incredible educators. Among them, Rick Sheldall, did I say that right? Great. Had a profound impact on Oleg's journey, advocating for him to take a computer engineering course and ultimately connecting him with his future employer, Triangle E-Cycling founder Larry Hurst. Congratulations, Oleg, our February DPS Alumni of the Month. We are so proud to honor him with a DPS Spark pin, along with a gift card and basket of goodies from DPSF, including our, you've seen it before, I'll show you again, DPS made t-shirts.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Fun fact, I was also a student.
Oh, keep it going. Okay, now for our March alumni. Danielle Purefoy is a proud graduate of Northern High School, and her journey through Durham Public Schools also included Holt Elementary, Hillendale Elementary, and Carrington Middle School. Today, Danielle is an assistant professor of geography and environment at UNC Chapel Hill and serves as faculty project lead for the UNC Environmental Justice Action Research Clinic. Her work bridges geography, law, environmental studies, and Black studies, focusing on Black placemaking and environmental justice. Danielle credits her time at DPS with shaping her commitment to public education, community investment, and equity. She reflects on the impact of dedicated teachers who instilled in her a love for learning and critical thinking, particularly Anne Gregory, who fostered collaborative learning in second grade, and Nancy Duffner, her high school English teacher and newspaper advisor, who helped shape her as a writer and a thinker. Unfortunately, Danielle couldn't join us tonight, but we look forward to honoring her on our website and social media and sending her some goodies as well. Learn more about Oleg and Danielle on our website and visit bullcityschools.org/alumni to share your DPS story or nominate another outstanding alum. Thank you so much.
Please join me in welcoming Michelle Hayes, Executive Director of Talent Acquisition and Employee Recognition, to present our Teacher and Employees of the Month. Michelle.
Good evening, Chairman Rogers, members of the board, Superintendent Lewis, and cabinet members. Tonight, we have the privilege of celebrating our outstanding educators and staff through our Teacher and Employee of the Month recognition. Each month, individuals who exemplify excellence, dedication, and leadership are nominated based on the theme of the month. This initiative not only acknowledges their hard work, but also reinforces the culture appreciation within Durham Public Schools. Our teachers and staff give their very best every day, often going above and beyond to serve our students, families, and community. This recognition means the world to them, and it is our way of saying, we see you, we appreciate you, and we celebrate you. This evening, we are honored to recognize our February and March Teacher and Employee of the Month. We are grateful to our generous sponsors, North Carolina Central University North Carolina Central University's tennis program, the Tau Sav chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, and DCL Consulting LLC for supporting our Teacher of the Month award, and to the Office of Human Resources for sponsoring our Employee of the Month recognition. We also will give them a token of appreciation and a DPS Spark pen. Congratulations to all of our honorees. Your passion and dedication make a difference every day, and we are so fortunate to have you as a part of the DPS family. Coach Lawson could not be here, but I did want you to know that he did go and surprise both Teachers of the Month in February and in March. Our February and March Teacher and Employee of the Month, the theme was growth mindset for our February Teacher and Employee of the Month. Growth mindset. This is the individual who believes that his or her capabilities and talents can be improved over time. This individual continues to find ways to improve his or her craft, understand that success and failures are learning growth opportunities, and seek guidance, direction on how to elevate the next level of growth. Our February Teacher of the Month is Laura O'Neill Dunn, first grade teacher from Glenn Elementary School. Unfortunately, she could not make it this evening, but we want to publicly recognize her. Ms. O'Neill joined the Glenn team in August of 2022, bringing her expertise and unwavering dedication to education. Having worked with her previously, I was thrilled when she accepted our first grade teaching position. A National Board Certified Educator and Certified Hill Center tutor, she provides targeted, structured instruction that supports student success. When February's theme of growth mindset was announced, Ms. O'Neill Dunn was the first teacher who came to mind. Last year, before taking maternity leave, she embraced a unique intervention role, going above and beyond to support both students and colleagues. She modeled instruction, led classroom management, and provided mentorship to two first-year teachers, ensuring they felt confident and capable in their classrooms. Additionally, she stepped into the support another first grade class when their teacher underwent chemotherapy, ensuring continuity of learning with her positivity and expertise. In education, we often hear no or we can't do that. But with Ms. O'Neill Dunn, the answer is always, yes, I can, and she always has a smile. Her commitment to students, families, and colleagues is truly unparalleled, making her an exceptional educator and a perfect representation of this month's theme. Congratulations, Ms. O'Neill Dunn, for being named Durham Public Schools February Teacher of the Month. Our February Employee of the Month is our very own Dr. Judd Manning, principal at Lowe's Grove Middle School. It is with great enthusiasm to recognize Principal Letitia Judd Manning for February Employee of the Month, as she truly embodies the essence of growth, mindset, and leadership. You are a visionary leader who consistently seeks ways to enhance both your professional growth and the success of your school community. You approach challenges with resilience, viewing them as opportunities for learning and innovation. Through your commitment to continuous improvement, you foster a culture where students and staff are encouraged to strive for excellence, embrace feedback, and persevere through obstacles. You lead by example, demonstrating an unwavering dedication to professional development, collaboration, and reflective practice. Whether mentoring staff, implementing new strategy for school improvement, or creating an environment that nurtures both student and teacher success. Principal Judge Manning, you're always striving for the next level of growth. Your ability to turn setbacks into stepping stones and inspire others to do the same makes you truly deserving candidate for this recognition. Principal Judge Manning of the month for February, I am confident your leadership and commitment to growth will continue to make a lasting impact from now and in the future. Congratulations, Dr. Judd Manning, for being named Durham Public Schools February Employee of the Month. Please, got this Spark pen. Hold on. Great carpet. For our March Teacher of the Month, the theme is, for our March Teacher and Employee of the Month, the theme is mediator. This is the individual who is skilled at removing obstacles in communication, assisting in the identification of issues, the exploration of options, and facilitating mutually acceptable agreements to resolve the dispute. Our March Teacher of the Month is Jasmine Smith, second grade teacher from Eno Valley Elementary School. Ms. Smith is a resolute and dynamic educator who exemplifies excellence in teaching, collaboration, and leadership within our school community. You are a pivotal member of the second grade team, fostering a culture of collaboration that strengthens instructional practices across your grade level. You demonstrate outstanding leadership in ensuring that teaching strategies are aligned with student needs, always striving to enhance learning outcomes. Your commitment to continuous growth is evident in your ability to refine your instructional methods, unpack academic standards, and design lesson plans that engage students in meaningful learning experience that lead to mastery. What truly sets Ms. Smith apart is your ability to mediate between the diverse learning needs within your classroom. She skillfully differentiates instructions to support all learners, ensuring that every student, regardless of their academic tier, receives the guidance and resources necessary for success. Your passion, your expertise, and unwavering dedication to student achievement makes you an exceptional candidate for a well-deserved recognition. Without hesitation, we fully endorse Ms. Jasmine Smith, March Teacher of the Month. She is an invaluable asset to our school, and her impact extends far beyond her classroom, shaping the future of our students and the overall learning environment. Congratulations, Ms. Smith, for being named Durham Public Schools March Teacher of the Month. Get your pick. Oh, thank you. All right. Our March Employee of the Month is Ms. Crystal Roberts, Director of Strategic Communication for the Office of Public Affairs. You're off duty for a minute. Ms. Roberts exemplifies the role of a skilled mediator through her ability to remove communication obstacles, identify key issues, and foster constructive dialogue that leads to positive resolution. You are a calm, strategic, and solution-oriented leader who ensures that all voices are heard while keeping communication clear and productive. Whether addressing internal concerns, facilitating discussions between departments, or navigating complex stakeholder interactions, she approaches each situation with professionalism, empathy, and commitment to collaboration. Your ability to mediate challenges, explore solutions, and facilitate mutually acceptable agreements has been instrumental in maintaining a culture of transparency and trust within our organization. Through your expertise, conflicts are resolved efficiently and communication flows seamlessly, allowing teams to focus on their shared goals. Your dedication to bridging gaps, fostering understanding, and championing clear and effective communication makes you a perfect fit for this recognition. Her contributions not only enhance our internal culture, but also strengthen relationships with our broader community. It is with great enthusiasm that Krista Roberts is nominated for March Employee of the Month, and of course, she has received this outstanding recognition as an outstanding mediator and a communication leader. Congratulations for being named Durham Public Schools March Employee of the Month.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. At this time, please welcome Terry Phillips, Director of Classified Professional Development, for this evening's National Board Certification recognitions. Ms. Phillips.
Good evening, Chair Rogers, members of the board, Dr. Lewis, and cabinet members. I am thrilled and honored to be able to present to you a very small group of people who are here tonight to be recognized for their abilities and being able to get into their national board certification, and another small group who are getting recertified in national board. We have a longer list. Unfortunately, a good number of folks couldn't be here. If you noticed a trend, there were a number of people who we weren't able to do this in February. So here we are tonight. So first, I'd like to recognize Jessica Bullock from Neal Magnet Middle School. Next, we have Mira Prater, Riverside High School. Those completing national board certification this year and unable to join us tonight are Leah Amos, Caitlin Burris, Anna Hardy, Joshua Hengen, Rachel Horn, Hannah Jeter, Carla Joyner, Hannah Lyman, Sarah Maychek, Brittany Pardue, Kristen Pruitt, Carolee Spence Osorio, and Kenneth Templeton. We have two friends here tonight who have succeeded in getting their recertification for national boards. That's Lauren Chasteen from Northern High School. And Dana Walker from Easley Magnet Elementary School. Others completing this distinction, Melissa Cheedy, Latoya Clay, Danielle Farber, Heather Foggett, Elizabeth Gallegos Moore, Danielle Hill, Suzanne Meza Cathin, Melissa Neal, Charlene North, Addison Pace Walters, Christy Pennell, Evangela Richardson, Susan Townsend, Kristen Wagner, and Rebecca White. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to these outstanding educators. Our final celebration is presented by Sneha Shah Coltrane, Senior Director for Advanced Learning and Gifted Education and Academic Policy with the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, to recognize the Office of Advanced Academics as one of North Carolina's promising districts. With her tonight is Stephanie Cyrus, State Consultant for Gifted Education, and Beth Cross, Assistant Director for Gifted Education. Following Sneha's recognition, Stephanie Cyrus will recognize Laura Parrott, Director of Advanced Academics, with an award from the North Carolina Association for the Gifted and Talented. Please welcome our representatives from the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction.
Thank you so much for having us, and it's homecoming for me. I was a student teacher and started my teaching career here 30 years ago, so it's good to be home and just got in from a match at Jordan because my son was playing tennis and they're still battling it out. We gotta pull that out. But I am here today to first of all welcome Superintendent Lewis to Durham Public Schools on behalf of the department, and we're so excited to have you here as a parent and from DPI. And to all the board, thank you so much. We are super excited today to present Durham Public Schools with the recognition of being an AIG promising district for the entire state of North Carolina. This award was only given to 13 districts across the entire state. This award represents recognition of how this district, with the leadership of Ms. Laura Parrott and so many others on your team and all of you, have had a steadfast commitment to our call to action of expanding excellence through equity and excellence and different excellence initiatives. You have over time ensured that you have responded to the AIG program standards that are in the state board policy, but you've also gone to the next level and you've mastered how it can synergize, how you can synergize these efforts to ensure that you continue to be innovative, but also have a deep commitment to high quality instruction for our students, support for our families, as well as qualified instructors in all of your public schools. What Durham Public Schools has done over the last 10 to 15 years, you have brought together mindsets, policies, and practices. You have to have all three of those work together to make sustained change, and you all have done that. I remember the things back 30 years ago where Mr. Teasley and others were trying to get us to move forward, and then Beth came along. So many others have come along in gifted education and advanced academics here. And then it has synergized. It has synergized, and it takes decades of commitment for that. We recognize lots of others. We recognize 30 others who did a practice here or there. But you all have been given this Promising District Award because you are one of the 13 that have synergized all of the work to expand excellence and truly respond to our call to action for equity and excellence from North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. We are so proud and honored of your systematic fashion you have done this and all of the support that you continue to give the community and schools to keep moving forward to expand excellence. Specifically, I want to point out a few things that you all have done that is truly exceptional. You all have continued to stay steadfast in looking at your patterns and trends for your subgroups. From talent development and having a program that nurtures children that may not have had all of the opportunities as others. We have some students who walk in kindergarten who can read that Harry Potter, and y'all have figured out what to do with those kids. Then you have others that may not have had a book shower like I did with my husband and I teaching at Forest View Elementary with every book possible for Barnes & Noble. They may not have had that. We have opportunity gaps and time gaps. And what you all have done over time, which you see in your AP numbers. And if you haven't seen those, I know we had to postpone Laura's presentation about that a couple of months ago when the electricity was out. But do look at your AP numbers. What y'all have done, I was here too in the audience. But what y'all have done with your Black and Hispanic numbers, not only providing access, but also now success, shows that from kindergarten on in our public schools here in Durham, children are thriving, and when they leave, they are ready to have options when they graduate. As my principal, Ms. Taylor, always said, graduate with options from Durham High School. She'll say that, graduate with options. And that's what these children, what you all are doing. I'm not saying we don't have a lot more work to do. There's always more work to do. But what you all have done and continue to do, we brought you twice to the State Board of Education now to be recognized. Excel in Ed and Best NC recognized Durham, and Laura and your students were highlighted in a video that's gone national for your auto enrollment work in mathematics. It is truly incredible what you all have been doing with your intentional focus and strategic attention to developing talent K-12. And it has aligned your core mission with our core mission of equity and excellence. A few things that I want to mention, because we need to continue this as the next plan revision comes forward, is really ensuring you have a highly skilled school-based AIG specialists working K-12. So incredibly important. You have ensured and you have worked really diligently to develop the talent even prior to identification. So then we have ongoing cultivation and recognizing students' potential. Some children we know when they enter, some children may be 6th grade, some children are maybe 10th grade. Your clear alignment of various departments that have really ensured comprehensive programming with identification, as well as high leverage professional development topics. I can name a ton. Serving underserved advanced learners, fostering talents of twice exceptional learners, and our multilingual advanced learners, and so many others. Just the collaboration with the counselors and the high school staff with your equitable student recruitment guide that really helps focus students on access and pathways to advanced courses. All that work, you are an example, not just in this region, but across the entire state. And I commend that. The Department of Public Instruction commends that. Superintendent Green commends that. We could not be more proud of Durham Public Schools and your commitment to expand excellence for your students and for your families all across this great district. And now we're going to also share with you another great recognition that I think is the cherry on top of this incredible work that Stephanie Cyrus will be sharing.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for having us. It's an absolute pleasure to be here before you this evening. I love witnessing the AIG Promising District recognitions. As a state consultant primarily tasked with supporting the North Central region, I've been reading about Durham Public Schools for the last almost 10 years. And I just love the what you have done and how you have systematically just kept growing and growing. And it's super exciting for me to see that. And I've witnessed through Laura firsthand just that tradition of longstanding excellence. But tonight we have a bonus recognition to share with you from our statewide affiliate organization, the North Carolina Association for the Gifted and Talented. Each year, NCAGT recognizes an outstanding administrator of the gifted. And with this award, this year, the collective body of the NCAGT membership voted based on artifacts submitted on Ms. Parrott's behalf to name Laura Parrott the outstanding administrator of the gifted. Now, I wanted to just share some of the comments that were in her nomination packet from the DPS Advanced Academics team. Quote, Laura is a force of nature, a visionary, an advocate, and a champion for gifted learners across North Carolina. From her early days as an AIG teacher to her transformative leadership as Director of Advanced Academics here in DPS, her dedication has been unwavering. She works tirelessly to ensure that every advanced learner, regardless of background, has access to rigorous, equitable, and enriching opportunities. Her impact is undeniable. Through innovative programs and strategic advocacy, phenomenal PD, and fearless leadership, she has expanded access to advanced coursework. She has empowered parents and inspired educators. Her personal commitment to equity and excellence has opened doors for countless students, and her leadership has set a standard for excellence across our state. But beyond her accomplishments, Laura brings something truly special: boundless energy, humor, and a gift of storytelling that makes even the toughest challenges seem conquerable. She is the rare leader who not only gets things done, but makes everyone around her feel seen, heard, and valued. I think we can all agree that these words from those that she leads are truly remarkable. It's not easy in this day and age and time to bring people together, to convince them to work tirelessly towards one mission and do so with such grace and inspiring so many to come alongside her all along the way. So personally, knowing Laura for the last at least 16 years as AIG coordinators together in the eastern part of the state before y'all stole her away to Durham, we were volunteer AIG regional leaders together and even NCAGT board members together. And I just have to say, I am in awe of what she's accomplished and the impact that she's had, not only here in DPS, but across the region as a volunteer lead and across the state as well. She now serves as an AIG mentor. She serves on our governor's school board. And she's done incredible work through the AP partnership for supporting AP programming. So Laura, your passion, persistence, and vision make you so deserving of this honor. And it gives me great pride to recognize you as the NCAGT Outstanding Administrator and to sincerely thank you on behalf of North Carolina's gifted education community for your leadership, your heart, and yes, your legendary stories. So help me recognize the NCAGT 2025 Outstanding Administrator of the Year, Laura Perez. Sure, we'll do whatever you tell us to do.
Thank you to NCDPI. Congratulations to Ms. Parrott. This concludes our celebrations for the evening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cooper. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent's update. Dr. Lewis.
Thank you so much, Board Chair Rogers. Good evening, board members, attendees, Durham community, cabinet members, those that may be watching online. I'm excited to share some additional great news with you all this evening that highlights some of our schools, some of our scholars, with public education at the forefront as we recognize the many exciting things that are going around in our school system. That was just great to watch and great to hear the many wonderful things that are going on in our school system. If you can go to the next slide. Next one. I want to begin my remarks by acknowledging March as Women's History Month. I don't know if you noticed all the women that received awards this evening. We certainly appreciate the contributions made by the women throughout this world, nation, and particularly across Durham. We honor mothers, sisters, aunts, friends, not to mention our own majority women Board of Education. Hang in there with me, Tab. Whose selflessness, courage, wit, intellect, and wisdom have helped to shape this country and inspire us to greatness. So thank you to all the women that support our mission here in Durham Public Schools. Next slide. I also ask that you join me in celebrating the tremendous impact made by our school social workers. This year's theme was Unite to Ignite, celebrating our impact with a nationwide observance on March 2nd through 8th. We celebrated our social workers, and if we could just give all of our social workers a big, big round of applause for the work that they do supporting our scholars across DPS. And so thank you to all of our Durham Public Schools social workers. Next slide. March is also Arts in Our Schools Month, and we thought that we'd bring it to you a little differently. If you follow us on our social media channels, you've probably seen some of these images. We featured arts educators and playlists of their favorite music. I invite you to enjoy the gift of music. I understand there may be a Spotify that they're working on to include all of our arts educators' playlists. So listen and enjoy favorite songs from our art educators as we celebrate Arts in Our Schools Month. Next slide. Congratulations to our Northern High School's Knights of Culinary team. We just witnessed some of their amazing talent as they prepared a meal before the board meeting. Instructed by their instructors and chefs, John Rudd, Bridget Harper-Reed, and John Beretti, they have captured first place in the 2025 North Carolina Junior Chef Competition. Just give them a big round of applause. But wait, there's more. They now travel to the Southeast Junior Chef Competition in Kentucky in May. And I already hear when we were speaking with them earlier that they're excited that they're going to claim that prize again because they did it last year. The 4 student team members are Daniel Gomez, Evan Shaddix, Wesley Shaddix, and Samaya Wilson. DPS School Nutrition Director Jim Keaton served as their Central Administrator Advisor. So again, congratulations to this amazing and talented culinary team. Next slide. Durham Public Schools is proud of our Southern School of Energy and Sustainability Spartans basketball team for their incredible journey to the North Carolina 3A Men's Basketball State Championship. This was the first time that this team had been in this championship since 1959. While the final score didn't go our way, these young athletes have shown tremendous dedication, perseverance, and sportsmanship throughout the season. They made it to the state championship, went into overtime, and came up short by 2 points. Our Spartans exemplify the core values we cherish at DPS. Their hard work and team spirit have inspired our entire community, demonstrating what it means to be a true scholar athlete. And to our Spartans, hold your heads up. You've made Durham proud. Your resilience and growth both on and off the court embody our mission to empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. This experience is just one step in your journey towards reaching your full potential. We celebrate your achievements and the positive impact that you've had on our school community. Durham really showed up for this game. And so remember, at DPS, we believe in you and we will continue to support your limitless potential in all your future endeavors. So a big, big round of applause for our Spartans basketball team. Next slide. More women celebrations this month. Congratulations to Crystal Laws, a Sandy Ridge Elementary School counselor who was recognized as the 2025-26 North Carolina School Counselor Association Emerging Leader. Ms. Laws is described as a trailblazer, leading innovations like a calming room and the DPS School Counselor Digital Academy. Her leadership in advancing school counseling has earned a spot among just 4 counselors selected statewide. Just 4 counselors selected statewide. As an emerging leader, Ms. Laws will contribute to statewide initiatives, present at conferences, and help shape the future of school counseling in North Carolina. So congratulations to Ms. Crystal Laws. Next slide. The Durham Early College of Health Sciences will enroll its first class of students in August. And on this past Monday, students and their families attended a signing day to solidify their acceptance of admission. Our new school will open with at least 99 ninth graders, and I heard we got our 100th commitment. So thanks to the partnership between Duke Health, Durham Tech, and Durham Public Schools, and the $29.5 million Bloomberg philanthropic grant, the Durham Early College High School will empower students to earn credentials in health sciences and research careers at Duke immediately after graduation. So this is, I often say the future workforce is in our classroom, and this is the pathway. They have a pathway when they enroll in the high school, and they will have a job at Duke. So congratulations to those scholars and their families. Next slide. A gracious thank you to our partner in education, the Durham Public Schools Foundation, who have launched a campaign to help defray the costs of new bus drivers to secure their commercial driver's license. The foundation's goal is to raise enough funds to support up to 50 new bus drivers. Their efforts already have garnered over $12,000. So a huge thank you to the DPS Foundation for its valuable support. We can clap for DPS. Yeah. Thanks for being here with us tonight. Next slide. We want to remind parents of upcoming kindergarten students to visit our website for information about enrollment. We've got a seat reserved for your kindergartner. We are excited to welcome the class of 2038 this fall. Yeah, I know, right? Next slide. And we're excited to announce our brand new website that will debut on next week. The interactive, engaging site will be more user-friendly and will be full of up-to-date information. Next slide. Our annual spring job fair will be held on April 12th at the new Northern High School from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. We invite all interested persons to consider Durham Public Schools and join us on April 12th. Next slide. Many of you have heard that President Trump signed an executive order to dismantle the United States Department of Education. While education funding is primarily provided at state and local levels, these federal changes could have real implications for public schools and students. While we do not have specific details on what this executive order will impact and how Congress will respond, you sometimes hear the phrase, it will take an act of Congress. Well, this literally will take an act of Congress to abolish the Department of Education. We do know that federal funding and the services provided by two more North Carolina schools that come from the federal government. Specifically with Durham Public Schools, we receive about $43 million or 6% of our budget. The funding from the federal government to Durham Public Schools. Most of this federal funding flows through North Carolina Department of Instruction in the form of grants that support instructional programs. The federal education funding that we receive helps to provide educational services for students, including our most vulnerable students, those with disabilities and those that come from low-income families, including the supports of various programs, as well as our career and technical education programs. And so the loss of federal funding would not only be detrimental for public school students, especially our students with disabilities and low-income students. And also, it'll be detrimental to our local economies as well. And so many of these programs are housed in were housed in the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare prior to the establishment of the Department of Education in 1979. So in addition to seeking to close the Department of Education, the executive order also seeks to return authority over education to the states and local governments. Our State Department have been in contact with us, letting us know it's still too early to determine how all this will unfold. While the funds that have been provided through various formulas such as Title I funding and funding for exceptional children, those funds remain in place. However, we have already seen the termination of some competitive grants for certain activities such as teacher recruitment and retention. That was a $600 million grant nationwide that was pulled because of diverse teacher recruitment. And so that did impact us here in Durham with our grant, our DREAM grant that was in partnership with the University of North Carolina to the tune of about $48 million. But I do understand that they are working to take action on that. So it also too early to determine how that funding will affect us as well. But there is some conversations potentially about block grants. So indeed, the elimination of the staff from the federal government also is cause of concern in terms of the administrative capacity and efficiency to distribute these funds that they oversee. So more to come on that. While we cannot control what goes on in the federal government, what we can control is our response. And our priority is still our 31,000 students, 5,000 staff across DPS. And so we will continue to keep our community updated once we learn more. Next slide. Our commitment in light of all that's taking place, commitment to our scholars, our families, and our staff will never waver. As the the federal landscape continues to evolve, we remain steadfast in our commitment to providing a high-quality education for every student in Durham Public Schools. Changes at the national level have the potential to impact public education and our district. Again, we're monitoring those shifts and we will navigate these changes, but please know our focus remain on equipping every student with the skills, knowledge that they need to succeed. And those governing principles, Durham Public Schools Board of Education states that an excellent school system provides an environment that is culturally responsive, free from bias and discrimination. There's also a board policy that mandates that all district functions and practices that focus on the disparate outcomes that result along the lines of race, ethnicity, national origin, gender identity, gender expression, socioeconomic status, physical, mental ability, sexual orientation, religion, age, etc. And please know that this board takes seriously all complaints of unlawful discrimination, harassment, and bullying. Next slide. As we continue our conversations as it relates to meet and confer, please know that worker voice in this in-district decision-making is non-negotiable. We will continue to work on a policy that ensures that every employee has a seat at the table. And this is just not only a good idea, it's essential. Also remain committed to open, transparent, and collaborative dialogue. Had a couple of conversations today with the president of DAE, and we are looking forward to continued conversation. We believe that together we can develop a policy that supports the outcomes and yields the best results for all stakeholders. Thank you. That's next slide, and that's all I have. We do know that many of our scholars, some of them are already on spring break, but many will begin spring break and intercession next week. And so we want to wish all of our staff and our students a restful and safe spring break.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Colleagues, the next item on our agenda is agenda review and approval.
Madam Chair, I would ask that we add a closed session at the end of general public comment to consult with the attorney pursuant to General Statute 143-318 11A3.
Colleagues, is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Umstead to go into closed session immediately following public comment pursuant to the items on the agenda. You named a policy. Is there any discussion?
I guess I'll ask. If I don't know if we can say anything about the purpose of that, or why before rather than after.
Yeah, I think that it would be great to have some feedback from the attorney that in closed session rather than in open, because it's a confidential matter.
Any other discussion? Okay, this vote is to add a closed session immediately following public comment. All those in favor say, well, sorry, Ms. Carter Otten is joining us virtually, so we'll have to do a roll call vote. Ms. Carter Otten, can I call on you to vote first?
This is Jessica Carter Otten, and I vote aye.
Mr. Chad?
Aye.
Ms. Chavez?
No.
Ms. Byer?
Aye.
Ms. Harold-Goff?
Aye.
Ms. Umstead?
Aye.
And I vote aye. It passes 6-1. Any other adjustments to the agenda or is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Madam Chair, I would make a motion that we approve the agenda as amended. Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Umstead to approve the agenda as amended. All those, sorry, Ms. Carter, is there any further discussion? Ms. Carter Otten,
Ms. Jessica Carter Otten, I vote aye.
Mr. Tapp,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye. So the agenda has been approved. Thanks, colleagues. Next item on our agenda is the monthly meeting minutes for February 21st, 2025.
Move approval of the minutes from February 21st, 2025.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Chavez to approve the meeting minutes from February 21st, 2025. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Carter Otten,
This is Jessica Carter Otten, I vote aye.
Mr. Tapp,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye. The minutes for February 21st, 2025 are approved unanimously. The next item on our agenda is general public comment. We appreciate everybody for being here. We have 31 people signed up tonight. So we appreciate your patience with us. A quick review of the rules. We're going to ask people to first please state their name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name, the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in 1 minute. When the yellow light comes on, you will have 30 seconds left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with speakers. Our first speaker is Michelle Ragland, followed by Lee Rodeo and Kirk West. Each speaker has 1 minute. When the light comes on, you'll have 30 seconds remaining.
Good
Ms.
evening. My name is Michelle Ragland. I'm the PTA president at Northern High School, and I'm a proud parent of a 10th grade student. As we bring our matters to your attention tonight, I encourage us to continue to be mindful of the mission to empower every student. And with that said, I yield my time.
Ed McBride, yield time to Lee Rodeo.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Your name's crossed out on the list. I don't know how that happened.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Superintendent, members. Apologize for the auctioneer's impression, but trying to keep with the time frame here. We're here as members of the Northern High School community in an effort to communicate directly to the board regarding issues on which DPS Central Office has repeatedly failed to act since becoming aware of them at least as early as January of 2024. These will focus on athletic specific issues, but do know that these issues pertain to all departments of the school. This is not an exhaustive list. We couldn't fit it in the time allotted, but these are some of the issues we're facing. The quote, regulation soccer field at the new campus was built too small to be able by rule to host NCHSAA regulation soccer games, and there's no field large enough for regulation lacrosse. The electronic sign at the road is unusable and has been that way, has borne the same message since construction. All the athletic fields need to be top dressed, and the athletes competing on them are doing so at risk to their own safety until this occurs. There's only one locker room facility provided for outdoor sports, which itself is physically too small and located in a way that's only accessible to sports utilizing the football field. There's insufficient storage to house expensive field maintenance equipment, risking further costs to replace those due to weather damage, and rain continues to leak into the ticket booth and concession stand garage doors, already having caused hundreds of dollars of damage, along with insufficient ventilation, further lending itself to mold growth. I'll wrap it up really quick here, but the baseball and softball fields have foul territory fences that is not regulation height, causing further risk of safety concern to the athletes utilizing them. And neither sport has a batting cage anywhere on the campus, meaning that for 50% of the game of baseball or softball, our athletes can't practice effectively. Notably, the contractor utilized by DPS has stated that the baseball and softball fields are safe for student use, which is demonstrably untrue, and that's necessitated a $7,000 investment by the school and numerous volunteer hours by parents to come and manually spread needed infield mix to ensure their children are not injured by the unsafe playing conditions. And the failure of the architect to release the rest of the school for non-academic use has caused Northern to miss out on at least $10,000 in this academic year alone from potential rental revenue to outside organizations. Numerous students and parents have begun to explore enrolling in neighboring counties or competing charter schools, and yet our overtures to central office still fall on deaf ears. We're formally requesting that this board schedule a town hall meeting to be held on Northern's campus so these issues can be effectively communicated to you, since DPS central office has demonstrated a repeated unwillingness to act on our numerous safety, liability, and equity issues and signaled loud and clear to our students that they do not care. Thank you.
Kirk West, Charlie Dickinson, Rowan Gans.
My name is Kirk West. Thank you for your time. I'm a DPS graduate. My dad was 1964 Northern graduate. I have 3 kids, one who graduated from Northern High School, a son who's a sophomore at Northern High School, and a daughter who's in 5th grade at Mangum. I'm considering pulling her out of the DPS system. Currently, I'm president of the Booster Club, have been for the last 4 years. For me, my family, we've had 6 years of frustration at Northern High School, hoping the new school would change things, but it did not. It got things worse. On a positive note, we have a new principal, Mr. Alexander, who's doing a great job, and a new AD, Coach Green, who are both doing amazing jobs to turn things around, but they need more help and they need support, and they need it from the top, and that's you guys. In the 6 years, I've mainly seen fingers crossed, fingers pointed, and there's no lack of accountability. And I've seen tens of thousands of dollars lost due to the lack of facilities and also due to the school not being released.
Thank you. Rowan Gans, Bryson Nittman.
Charles Dickerson.
Okay, Charles Dickinson, you're listed first. Go ahead. Sorry.
Hey, my name is Charlie Dickerson. I'm the vice president of the Northern Booster Club. My wife Cheryl and I both graduated Northern High School in 1997, so we're DPS products. We've got 3 kids, senior at Northern, sophomore at Northern, 3rd grader at Mangum. And much as what Kirk said, just for time's sake, we chose to put our kids in Durham Public Schools because of our memories of coming through grade school and the great experiences we had and what we learned and where we've gone with it. As soon as our daughter got to Northern, though, it became very evident that the kids at Northern are left behind. The message was loud and clear: you're getting a new school, sit down, shut up, be quiet. We did that. We got the new school, and it was like it was a gift to us, like we should be grateful for it. But the amount of disruption that it has caused is unimaginable to anybody in this room unless you have a kid there for 4 years like I have had or Kirk has had for 6. It's unimaginable the amount of logistical nightmares. You got school at one campus, practices at another campus. You can't have home events. We're playing home football games at Jordan High School. There's no track to run on. It's not going to be ran on this year either. So I ask you guys to come do a town hall meeting at Northern, walk the halls with us and the students.
Go ahead.
My name is Rowan Gans. I'm a student at Club Elementary, and I want to keep a dance at the end of at the end of
The dance program.
the dance program at the end of the year. And I like it because it helps some people and it's fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Bryson Nittman, Najee Powell. I apologize if I'm pronouncing people's names wrong. Najee.
Hello, my name is Bryson Midman. I'm a student of James E. Shepherd Madden Middle School, where I participate in sports, including football and track. My peers and I held a focus group where we talked about the budget, and I'm here on behalf of my classmates to share what we are needing the most. First point I would like to make is having cleaner and hygienic schools. I think we should hire more custodians because one or two cannot cover the whole school. The next point I would like to make is fair teacher pay. I feel as though our teachers work extremely hard for their salary and it may not support them financially. So please pay them more to prevent burnout, allowing them to focus on us and not to worry about working two jobs. The last point I would like to make is better sports funding. We need more sports funding. This includes better uniforms, facilities, and equipment because gear may fall apart, jerseys may be worn out, and fields may be in despair.
Thank you. You can please feel free to email the rest of your comment to boe@dpsnc.net.
Good evening.
And you can also leave it with our clerk. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Nijay Pugh. I'm an 8th grader at Neal Middle School where I participate in many activities, including SGA. I'm currently running track and in the yearbook committee. After hosting a focus group on the budget, I'm here on behalf of me and my peers to share concerns that we have. First concern that we have is the cleanliness of our school environment. We hope to improve this by more custodians. Our custodians do their best, but only a small number of them is tough to keep everything clean. Hiring more would keep the school clean for everyone. Second, the improvement of teacher pay. Teachers are exhausted from working second jobs to meet the rising demand associated with bear with me guys, associated with the cost of living. They better pay will affect them so it can focus more on us and not on bills. And last but not least, sports funding. Our fields, sports gear, and uniforms are very old and worn. We appreciate our custodians, teachers, and coaches. We just want to give them the support they need to help us succeed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. DeLeon Gray, Javanya Lewis, Kelvin Bullock, Alyssa Platt.
Greetings, DeLeon Gray, CEO of Black and Belonging. I'm here to amplify the voices of our young people. They held focus groups at their school. They elevated the top priorities and themes that emerged from these conversations. But one thing that I want to propose is setting aside a small pool of funds to be entrusted to influential youth within middle schools across DPS. Young leaders like Bryson and Najee are deeply connected to their peers and they understand what they truly want and need. By positioning them to guide the use of these funds, even limited resources can have a meaningful impact where students feel the money. This collaborative approach not only amplifies youth voices, but fosters a sense of ownership and belonging. Together, we can make an investment in youth impactful and affirming. Thank you for all that you do.
Good evening. I am Javanya Lewis. We are in this together. So often this is said in DPS, but it's not always lived up to. It is shocking when public education is being attacked, as you shared in your superintendent updates, but terribly disappointing when we had to sit through it, seeing it being attacked on the inside. It is very disappointing to see this board continually being divided by antics and tactics that do not bring inclusion, authentic shared leadership, and respect. We can have differences, but we can be respectful at the same time. You should not stand for it. Dr. Lewis, thank you for your courage and taking in this position with DPS and all that comes with it. Your offer here was because of your work with exceptional children and your work with Teachers Union. This weight is heavy to carry, and you are doing it well. Thank you for your leadership, your administrative team, and your classified and non-classified staffs who's truly in this together. When is the last time this board talked about our students' academic success and suspension? We have to center that again in our DPS schools. Please, the community is asking for it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kelvin Bullock. Sometimes I talk to people outside of Durham, and a common refrain I hear is that Durham could lead the whole state in a better direction if Durham could get on the same page. But sometimes Durham gets misguided, and we expend time and energy on things that do not compel people beyond the walls of small, privileged political circles. We lose sight of the primary reason we're here, the amazing students and families, 80% of which are Black or brown, that we serve as a school system. The conversation we're having should be how we respond to the dismantling of public education. We are in a state that criminally underfunds public schools. So what are we talking about here? I plead with people to stop bickering over power and influence and organize for the betterment of our schools and our students. Keep the focus on the young people we serve, and we won't go wrong. Thank you.
Alyssa Platt, Norma Portilla, Beth Red Myers, Alex Adrian.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Platt. I'm a mother to a second and fourth grader at Club Boulevard Elementary and a rising kindergartner for the 2025-2026 school year. And I've been a part of the club community for the past 5 years. I'm also a board member of Club's PTA. I'm here because DPS has proposed eliminating our school's dance program after this year, and I'm here to beg the board to reconsider and to try to convey just how important the dance program is to Club's culture and sense of community. Club's dance program has been in place for more than 20 years and is among its most popular offerings at the school. Dance has a multitude of benefits, from enhancing students' ability to comprehend and memorize details, to improving physical health and building awareness of different cultures. Dance performances are central to our most popular and highly attended community and cultural events and are part of what makes Club sparkle as a school. While I was excited to learn that Club would have a DLI program through Growing Together, in reality is a resource that only a small percentage of the school can access. Well, oh, okay.
Thank you. Feel free to email it to us. So you'll get 1 minute and the interpreter will get
I do
one.
have, can I do both? And
Yep, you got it.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Norma Portillo y soy la presidenta de PTA y una madre estudiante de la escuela primaria Club Boulevard. Estoy aquí esta noche para expresar mi profunda preocupación con respecto a la posible pérdida de nuestro programa de danza. Este año ha traído cambios significativos a nuestra escuela, incluyendo la pérdida de personal de apoyo crucial como nuestro maestro de ESL, decano de estudiantes, y se redujo de 5 a 2 días nuestra trabajadora social. Nuestros hijos necesitan estabilidad y experiencias enriquecedoras ahora más que nunca. El programa de danza no solo proporciona actividad física, sino también fomenta la confianza, la creatividad y un sentido de comunidad. Es una salida vital para nuestros estudiantes, especialmente durante estos tiempos difíciles. Por favor, consideren el impacto de bienestar de nuestros hijos y espero encuentren una manera de preservar este programa invaluable. Good evening, my name is Norma Portillo. I'm the PTA president and parent at Club Boulevard Elementary. I'm here tonight to express my deep concern regarding the potential loss of our dance program. This year has brought significant changes to our school, including the loss of crucial support of staff like our ESL teacher, dean of students, and reduce our social worker to 2 days a week instead of 5. Our children need stability and enriching experiences now more than ever. The dance programs provides not only physical activity, but also fosters confidence, creativity, and sense of community. It's a vital outlet for our students, especially during these challenging times. Please consider the impact on our children's well-being and find a way to preserve this valuable program.
Please don't take our dance program away.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Beth Red Myers. I'm a parent at Club Boulevard Elementary. For over 20 years, our school has prided itself on arts-inclusive education, with dance being a cornerstone. This program does more than teach technique. It builds well-rounded students. We've seen firsthand how it boosts confidence, social skills, and cultural awareness. This year, we've lost key positions, an ESL teacher, dean of students, and more, impacting our school's resources. Yet the dance program remains a beacon of joy and community. I urge the board to recognize its immense value and find creative solutions to maintain it, just as other schools have done. Our students deserve a rich, holistic education, and dance is essential. And especially since I just learned that it's Arts Month, I really think you should fund our program. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Alex Adrian. I use he and they pronouns. I'm with Rainbow Collective for Change. Today, people of all identities in our country are experiencing discrimination, oppression, and unlawful detainment at the hands of our federal government. On the agenda this evening is a resolution for you to recognize the March 31st, 2025 Transgender Day of Visibility, with discriminatory executive orders, restrictive state laws, and newly introduced state bills designed to harm transgender and gender nonconforming people in our schools. Today, those who are in a position to speak out and support all students, regardless of identity, cannot be silent or hidden. Your voice matters. I thank you for taking the time to recognize this day.
Abby Bender, Carmen Ramos, Allison Swain, Chip Weber, Chrissy Clem.
Hello, my name is Abby Bender, and my pronouns are she or they. I am a parent of two DPS students at both elementary and middle school, and a board member with the organization Rainbow Collective for Change. I'm here today to thank you for the agenda item to officially recognize Trans Day of Visibility. In addition to this, I'd like to encourage anyone in this room that has hesitations about this resolution secondary to fears about drawing attention to DPS and their commitment to trans kids to rethink this hesitation. Trans kids are already being targeted and harmed. Silence around this issue only serves to create more space for discrimination and violence against this vulnerable group. There are many of us in this community, including Rainbow Collective for Change, that are willing to partner with you to make sure that DPS staff and educators are prepared and well-resourced to support trans, non-binary, and other queer kiddos. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Lewis. My name is Carmen Ramos, the school counselor at Jordan High School, representing all school counselors in DPS. School counselors are highly trained mental health professionals who advocate for all students, providing critical social-emotional support, crisis intervention, small group counseling, and post-secondary planning. The expectation within DPS for us to manage Section 504 plans is in direct conflict with our role and ethical guidelines. DPS has invested in ASCA training, emphasizing that school counselors dedicate 80% of their time to direct student services. Yet 504 management significantly impacts this. Each plan requires 5 to 8 hours of work, and at a school like Jordan with over 2,200 students, this translates to 700 hours annually, equivalent to 88 workdays. Currently, DPS leaves 504 management to decisions to principals, resulting in these duties inappropriately falling to counselors. This undermines our ability to fulfill our primary role, and students suffer. To better align with ASCA and DPS SEL goals, I urge this district to reassign 504 responsibilities to success coaches, interventionists, or hybrid positions, as effectively done at Jordan this year with principal support. This shift will ensure school counselors can focus on providing essential support to all students, which will in turn positively impact our district and school improvement goals. Thank you so much.
I'm Allison Swayman. I cede my time to Christy Clem. Sorry, to Chip.
I'm Chip Weber, and I cede my time to Christy Clem.
Hello, Christy Clem, physical therapist, classified employee, a member of DAE.
I'm here because public comment is not collaborative. Public comment is not true valued worker input. Public comment is definitely not meet and confer. Neither is listening sessions. Neither are emails that are sent. Neither are hallway, short, brief conversations that are had if you happen to cross paths. Neither are online surveys. What we're doing right now to get true worker input is not working. If public comment was it, I think I've made a comment at almost every single board meeting this year. Y'all would have a better understanding of what the 40+ meetings that have taken place across the district, the DAE members and non-members, you would have a better understanding of what the priorities were that were identified. Those would be reflected in the budget proposal for tonight. There's nothing about classified pay in tonight's budget proposal other than bus drivers. Our pay went back to near like 2017 numbers. Classified employees are worse off now than we were this time last year when we told it will get better. Hang in here with us, it will get better. We don't know if we're going to move up a step with pay. That's not decided. It continues to be unclear if there's min-max ranges within the classified salaries. I can talk to folks in HR and they can't tell me that. And this is about students. In my small world of EC, OT, PT, 25% of OTs have left since the pay debacle started last year. That directly impacts students when we can't get those positions filled. Students with federally mandated related services are unable to get the services they need because we don't have the OTs to do it. That is about students. We've asked for transparency. You talk about transparency. You talk about wanting our input and being collaborative. This is a one-way mirror. This is a Zoom call where the other person's on mute the whole time. You think classified folks are going to stay for the promise of what? What can we continue to show up and say? Why am I crazy enough to continue to work in a district that is disrespectful and can't offer basic information? You don't answer my emails. Two meetings board members have said, please answer emails. Somebody will. It's not going to happen. What we're doing is not meet and confer. What we're doing does not.
Jenny Jones Coldren, Vanessa Safey, Valerie Lewis, Young Mi Nan, Martha Ramirez, Javon Gilchrist.
Good evening, board and superintendent. Two things can be true at once. One, as a former DPS teacher who left because of poor working conditions, I support the role of unions and DAE specifically in informing the work of this district. And two, as a parent whose children's education is at risk should this board pass a policy in violation of state law, and someone who is extremely familiar with the political landscape in our state and our country at this moment, I understand the limitations before the board at this moment. So I stand here in full support of giving the union the very best meet and confer policy within the unfortunate limits of our state's discriminatory laws. But that's not why we're here today. Our district doesn't exist to serve workers, but rather our workers exist to serve students. So with all due respect to DAE and the important work that they are doing, I urge the superintendent and this board to talk about students.
Good evening, board and Superintendent Lewis. My name is Vanessa Safey. I have a 5th grader in DPS, and we come from a very public school oriented family. If you've ever seen me online, you've probably seen me say something like, friendly reminder, charter schools should not exist. And that is why I'm here tonight, is to remind people that I think we all have a little bit more homework to do. Someone else who spoke up before me pointed out that a lot of these financial conversations that are trying to happen in this room actually happen in another room out in Raleigh. And it's hard to push forward when you feel like you're in somebody's sights and everybody has the same goals. We all want our children to be able to go to school, and the kids want a clean school. They want a school where they can play sports and hang out and have third spaces, and we feel like that's super important for them. And we have to be able to hold for them without them knowing like the danger that exists from a deliberately cruel legislature. And I think that's part of what's missing.
I'm Valerie Lewis, and I'm giving my time to Young Mi Han.
Hi, good evening. I'm Young Mi Han, member leader of the local grassroots organizing group Durham for All. Several weeks ago, our membership voted to put our organizing power toward urging you to approve DAE's demand for a meet and confer policy without further delay. I would like to speak to the way that the lack of DPS workers' voices have far-reaching effects on the whole community. My day job is to provide employment support services at a homeless shelter here in Durham. Last fall, I helped one of my clients enrolled in a comprehensive career readiness training program. When I checked with them after what I thought was going to be their first day in the program, they told me they had not been able to attend because their child's school bus never arrived and they were not able to arrange childcare in such short notice. Because the career program requires perfect attendance, they were not able to participate and had to wait several months to join the next cohort. This significantly delayed their progress toward employment and impeded their ability to move themselves and their child out of the homeless shelter into their own home. I know this child's bus driver would have wanted nothing more than to pick them up and bring that child to school that day. We all know the school transportation crisis was not caused by DPS workers, but by the absence of their input and expert voices in conversations about how to attract and keep these critical members of the DPS system. When DPS workers are hurting and not listened to, it hurts some of the most vulnerable members of our community, like my client and their child. It is time and past time to approve meet and confer and listen to your workers. Thank you.
I'm Marty Ramirez. I cede my time to Javon Gilchrist.
Good evening. My name is Javon Gilchrist, and I'm with the organization Durham for All. Durham for All stands firmly with DAE in establishing a meet and confer policy. We need worker input at the negotiation table. After a 14-month delay, we ask for the board's immediate attention. Part of DAE's platform is fighting to ensure staff are adequately paid, both in their salaries and the extra work they are forced to take on with no compensation. DPS has been forced to work for less compared to its peers. Chapel Hill and Carborough is a prime example of this disparity. In reviewing the local teacher supplements between DPS and Chapel Hill Carborough, there's a glaring difference. Chapel Hill starts off paying a teacher at a higher rate, going from 18% to 22% to 27%. Durham starts at roughly 16.5% and ends at 19%. This is especially egregious considering that DPS has nearly tripled the enrollment size as Chapel Hill. Experienced teachers are vital. They're seasoned professionals. Their relationship with the community are invaluable. They're mentors to their fellow colleagues. But how can DPS expect to retain hardworking teachers with such a wide gap in pay? DPS's students, which are overwhelmingly Black and Latino, cannot be adequately served if school staff needs are ignored. DSP's staff cannot wait any longer. Vote for the good of DPS. We trust staff with our most vulnerable people, our children. It's long overdue that we trust their decisions to ensure a better Durham.
Thank you. Stormy Day, Adrian Williams, Lauren Sartain, James Chavis, Charlita Burris, and Dean Fitzgerald.
Hello, Durham Public Schools Board of Education. Thank you for your time. As a product of the Durham Public School system, I thank you for recognizing T-Dove in the wake of trans children being affected in our government and our community and the safety and threats that have been made on them. But I'd also like to recognize that as you go through the many things that you have to deal with today, that we don't forget about the realities of trans children. As you celebrate accolades and aptitude of kids who are safe and well taken care of, do not forget about those who have to face struggles every day within the school system and in this world that does not recognize them or see them as valuable members of our community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Adrian Williams and my pronouns are he, him. I serve as the Director of Operations with Rainbow Collective for Change. On behalf of RCC, we thank you for the acknowledgement of the TDOV resolution and adding it to tonight's agenda. We are appreciative of you speaking out in support of trans and gender diverse youth. RCC is committed to partnering with you all to ensure that staff are equipped with tools, language, and resources needed to affirm and support our trans and non-binary and gender diverse kiddos. Again, we are here to support you as you support our students. Thank you to the RCC community for showing up in solidarity this evening. Your presence is powerful, and it's a reminder that of our collective strength. And to our kids, we will always keep fighting for you. We love you. Your life matters, and you are never alone.
Hi, my name is Lauren Sartain. I'm a DPS parent. Superintendent Lewis, CFO Teeter, we know you inherited what could kindly be called financial mismanagement that's happened in this district for so many years now. We want you to be successful because it means our kids can succeed. I don't like coming here and pointing fingers without offering constructive ideas, so I want to give you 3. First, consider a zero-based budgeting. We can't recycle what hasn't worked before, so we need to throw the budget out. Rebuild a budget that puts students at the heart of every dollar decision. Student-based budgeting ensures that students with the most need get the most resources. Since these dollars follow students, that means that schools that serve them will get the most money, and that's equity. Finally, clear and simple explanations of position allocations and pay. I could have said this a year ago, but we're still in the same place with confusion about that. Finally, Superintendent Lewis, I want to thank you for continuing to send our students, like the ones at Neal and Shepherd and Club, who came.
Night because it's dark outside. I'm James Chase. I know many of you know. I'm here on a different reason. As you know, this asset is hidden around us everywhere. And some of you all are not paying it any attention. I mean, everyone in this room, I will go around and ask a question about how they understand about the disaster that's coming here and there, or may come here and there. So today, I'm asking all you board members to get this out in your schools, to let the students know and the parents know. That is on Saturday, April 5th, 2025, at 10 to 12, at Holden School, a disaster preparedness go forward. We have had and we will continue to go because this fit every last one of them. My last thing to ask you, every last one of you in here, will you be one of the 5 foolish, or will you be one of the 5 wise if a disaster happens here in Durham? Who's likely to pass each?
Good evening. Well, I stay down City Hall more than I come up here. This is my first time up here. I am Charlita, I am Charlita Burris. I am the co-facilitator of District 5, PAC 5, which is Partners Against Crime. Mr. Chambers just spoke about our disaster relief program. Listen, don't continue to put your head in the ground. Let's stop talking about things. Let's be about it. We are better and stronger together. We're doing too much talking in Durham and not enough unity. God bless y'all. And I'm a preacher, by the way. So next time, I'll give you a sermon in 5 minutes.
Dean Fitzgerald. Awesome.
Good evening. My name is Dean Fitzgerald. I'm a parent of a DPS student. My thoughts are my own. Thank you for inviting the community this evening. I'm here to encourage you to sign the Transgender Day of Visibility resolution. validating the lives and identities of so many kids in Durham. Transgender Day of Visibility is a small ask, a modest spotlight on some who are in danger of being left behind, ignored, and more importantly, in danger, full stop. A spotlight is not just for the wicked to seek out the oppressed and say, there they are. It is for the open-hearted to say, we see you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is closed session.
Move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Spires, seconded by Ms. Harold Goff, that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Carter Otten,
This is Jessica Carter Otten. I vote aye.
Mr. Tab,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye. We are now in closed session. Thank you for your patience. We are now back in open session. The next item on our agenda is the Transgender Day of Visibility and DPS. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Is the consent agenda.
Move approval of the consent agenda, items A and B.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Chavez, to approve the consent agenda items. Is there any discussion? Okay, colleagues, Ms. Carter Oden has signed off for the evening, so we are not going to do a roll call vote. We appreciate our time. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, use the same sign. Consent agenda passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the Transgender Day of Visibility Resolution. Ms. Chavez, you introduced this item to the board. Would you like to give us some background?
Yes, I would. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who spoke tonight and to Rainbow Collective for Change who brought this to us, and recognize Khalik Alexander, who's here on behalf of RCC, as well as others. So we're really happy and excited to recognize this day, celebrating, recognizing transgender people, and really wanting to express solidarity and support for all of our trans and non-binary and genderqueer and gender fluid students and staff and families. With that, we can read this resolution recognizing March 31st, 2025 as Transgender Day of Visibility in Durham Public Schools. We'll be on spring break, but we'll keep on recognizing beyond March 31st as well. All right, so we can just start the reading. We can just start down here with Ms. Umstead and go down the row.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Resolution recognizing March 31st, 2025 as Transgender Day of Visibility in Durham Public Schools. Whereas the Durham Public Schools District serves families of great diversity, and it is our shared responsibility to ensure that every individual in our school communities is valued and respected, inclusive of gender identity and gender expression, and
whereas the Durham Public Schools Board of Education has for many years approved policies regarding non-discrimination and LGBTQIA+ and gender support to ensure that all students, families, and staff are treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, and
Whereas the Durham Public Schools District is fully committed to creating a climate of safety, belonging, and inclusion for every student to learn and thrive, and
whereas Transgender Day of Visibility was founded in 2009 by transgender activist Rachel Crandall Crocker to honor the achievements and contributions of transgender and gender nonconforming people, while raising awareness of the work that still needs to be done to achieve trans justice, and
whereas Transgender Day of Visibility is a time to celebrate the lives and achievements of the transgender community, and
whereas the transgender community has a long history of advocating to ensure transgender and gender nonconforming people will not be erased and must be afforded all the rights and opportunities made available to all, and
my apologies. I was waiting for Ms. Carter Otten over there. Whereas the transgender community has made profound strides in challenging social and political norms, but has suffered disproportionate oppression through discrimination in employment and in the workplace, discrimination in educational institutions, and violence, and
whereas forms of transgender oppression are exacerbated for transgender individuals of color, individuals with limited resources, immigrants, individuals living with disabilities, justice-involved individuals, and transgender youth.
whereas a record number of anti-transgender state bills have been introduced in recent years, including more than 1,500 anti-transgender bills during the years 2023, 2024, and so far in 2025, targeting areas including education, including bans on curricula relating to gender identity, health care for transgender youth, and transgender youth participation in sports. And
whereas before the creation of the United States, indigenous, two-spirit, transgender individuals existed across North America in many North American communities.
Native.
I'm sorry, Native American, with specific terms in their own languages for these individuals and the social and spiritual roles they fulfilled in their communities. And while many traditions were lost or actively suppressed by the efforts of missionaries, government agents, boarding schools, and settlers, these traditions have experienced a revival in recent decades. And
Whereas transgender individuals continue to tell their stories and push for full equality under the law.
Whereas the Durham Public Schools District is committed to standing up against the discrimination and violence that has made it difficult for the transgender community, and specifically transgender and gender non-conforming students, parents, caregivers, and educators to be visible and live their authentic lives.
Therefore, be it resolved that the Durham Public Schools Board of Education hereby stands with the transgender community and acknowledges March 31st, 2025 as Transgender Visibility Day. Signed the 27th day of March, 2025.
colleagues, I'd entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the resolution recognizing March 31st, 2025 as Transgender Day of Visibility in Durham Public Schools.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Umstead to approve the resolution recognizing March 31st, 2025 as Transgender Day of Visibility in Durham Public Schools. Is there any further discussion?
I would like to say one more thing. Again, to our trans students, we see you and we love you.
Agreed with Ms. Chavez, and thank you to the Rainbow Collective and Stackowie Hemp Street for having tough conversations with us. Very much appreciated. All those in favor?
aye.
Aye.
And it passes unanimously. Thank you all. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent's recommended 25-26 budget. Dr. Lewis?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. We are pleased to present to you tonight the superintendent's recommended budget for the 25-26 school year. Again, I want to take a moment to thank those individuals that participate in our online forum where we ask the community what should be our priorities as we are navigating the 25-26 budget. In addition, those individuals that shared with us during the listening and learning sessions, we were also asking about prioritizing some budget items during those sessions as well. And so what you'll see in these recommendations is a combination of some of the feedback we heard during the listening and learning sessions, as well as some of the feedback we heard during the online forum, in addition to things we know we need to address to continue to move the district forward. And so with that, I am happy to turn it over to the CFO extraordinaire, Jeremy Teeter.
All right, thank you, Chair Rogers, board members, and Dr. Lewis. So just wanted to open this up and start with where we are in our process, right? So we've seen a couple of emails come in from the community and from parents seeking clarity about where we are. And so at this point, we're lifting up things that we view as priorities at this point in time, looking forward to the feedback that we receive from the board and that we will continue to receive from the community about what the priorities should be in our ask to the county commissioners. Before this process concludes, we will reflect those items in a much larger packet than what you see tonight with line items. And so just wanted to make sure you're aware of how this will continue to flesh out. So we have, just sort of to kick this off, right, there are some compulsory items in the state budget law that we have to include in the book. And I'm not sure if IT will queue it up or not, but we've got it to them as a PDF. At the beginning of the document, we have the letter of transmittal that's required from Dr. Lewis that just sort of addresses the county manager and the commissioner and the commissioners. We've also just sort of, lifted up who our Board of Education is in Durham at this time. The core beliefs of the district are lifted up in this document. The latest iteration of the org chart is in the forefront. And we provide sort of some statistics on the students that we serve and how those students have been performing. So we're required by state law to lift up how the district is performing in general with student outcome and achievement. So we are very glad to report that in this school year, we're operating with 31,188 students. That is more than the state thought we would have. And I think that's more than the district thought it would have with its internal process. And so IT, we're on the students we serve page at this point as you get that oriented. So very pleased to see some progress in enrollment. That means money. That means more students are choosing Durham Public Schools. So very happy to be in that space as we do this work. The next couple of pages are just to lift up a couple of those metrics, things that we're proud about with student achievement. So some of these are borrowed from Dr. Lewis's post-entry plan, but just filling that in here as well to satisfy our requirement to share how the district's performing as a part of our budget document. Moving forward, this on the next page is a statistic that I've always monitored very carefully as a finance officer, and that is how we're doing with our teacher supplements and how we compare with those that we're competing with. And a really fun fact is that I have been in other districts not far from Durham and have often looked up to Durham as someone that we were trying to reach. And I remember just shortly before COVID, we were number 10 and Durham was number 5. Since that time has passed, Durham has climbed its way up to number 3 on that list in the latest data that we have. So the board has clearly, made progress and investment in working to be the best supplement possible for teachers. And so we're mindful, and we have seen that you can lose ground very quickly if you're not constantly focused on that. And so some districts that used to be in the top 10 have fought to stay in the top 20 and even top 30 in recent years. I think we're particularly pressed in that we are neighbored by number 1 and number 2. And so that just really keeps the temperature on Durham in our efforts to compete. Sort of at that bottom of that page, we sort of lift up what would be the cost of Durham Public Schools in the current climate to close the gap with numbers 1 and numbers 2 respectively, just so that we kind of know what that target is as we're thinking about our desire to have the best paid teachers in North Carolina. From there on the next page, we just, I knew we had a question about this in one of the community emails in terms of where does your income come from? And so here we are. This is where it comes from. And Durham has been a unique experience for me in the proportionate share of local, dollars, right? So very much it's been my experience that state has been a extraordinary share of the school system's budget, but the local investment in Durham has been fantastic. And so it's 29% from local funds, and the county's also responsible for that 23% capital outlay. So it's a really tremendous investment. And in the latest rankings from that have come out on local effort and local funding, Durham Public Schools ranks number 2 in terms of local per pupil funding in North Carolina. And then here again, we're bordered by number 1. And so Orange County was number 1 this year. So we're definitely in a competitive area. So I just wanted to take that opportunity to continue to thank the county for their investment in our public schools. On the next page, we sort of lift up the areas or those general areas where we're making investment. So instructional services is our largest area of investment, over $364 million of that budget. Capital outlay, a little over $161 million. And that's really sort of anchored by the tremendous bond investments that are in place to support our continued construction, repair, and renovation of our schools. And I would say that it's a model program. not quite seen these degree of bond investments in other districts. So system-wide support services, this does not necessarily mean explicitly central office, right? So these include support services that we are pushing down to the schools, and it can also include things like the finance staff, HR staff, and other areas like that. Our non-program services, the lion's share of that is our commitment to charter schools and the pass-through that we must share with them. It's a little over $43 million. Other items in this category include indirect costs that we hit our federal programs with, among other transfers. And then the final category that we see, the ancillary services, that's our child nutrition program and our community education program that fall under that category. So on to the interesting stuff. On the next page, we start to unpack sort of what are our financial needs. And in this top section, we really sort of address the must-dos for Durham Public Schools in order for us to continue as we are. And we did get a board member question, which I really appreciated, about the specifics of, well, how many positions did we address in this continuation costs? And so when we calculated that, we're planning on operating with 5,167 positions in the district. So just for some context of what we used as that baseline for that continuation calculation. We've, over the past couple of months, been watching very carefully what are the implications for calculating that continuation cost. And so we and several other districts ultimately landed on anticipating something about 3% in terms of a raise from the state. We really won't know for quite some time as they develop the two-year budget. I think two signs that are very telling for me that we're on the right track with that is one, the state is projecting much less revenue on their side of the coin, so probably not a lot of room for historic investment at the state level. And even the governor's proposed budget is not particularly bullish. So looking at 10.6% across 2 years. So usually, right, we see a pretty aggressive request for the governor for state employee raises, and it's probably not quite as aggressive as we might expect. So would not be surprised to see the 3% materialize. As a part of that calculation as well, we look at the retirement rate that we contribute on behalf of our employees to the North Carolina pension system. We're expecting that rate to move back up. Last year, the year we're in now, it went down, which I've never seen happen. That was interesting, but we do expect that to go back up, and looking at about 25.25% or so that we have to contribute as a part of the wages. Health insurance is another big factor in that equation. In the current cycle, we contribute $8,095 per employee for the state health plan. We've anticipated that to go up about $600 per year per employee. So $8,695 is what we're planning on in this continuation calculation. So you can see, just sort of write off a little over $4.5 million we have to consider to continue doing what we're doing with our locally funded staff. Utilities have been a real pain for finance officers for the past 2 or 3 years. And so we know the utility companies have continued to have efforts to raise rates. Buildings age, they get inefficient. And so I always budget for a utility increase. And so we're planning on a $220,000 increase for our utilities. Our insurance coverages, they've not yet been quoted. Those are always late statewide. Oftentimes, we're not binding those coverages until the start of the new year, and that's just the way that market works, and it's nothing to do with our staff here. But for property, auto, and liability, looking for increases in those premiums. The insurance commissioner in North Carolina had agreed on increases for property, we know for sure. With the carriers wanted much more aggressive than what he agreed to, but planning on increases there. And then we did have a small software increase cost that we wanted to lift up as a part of that continuation cost for us to do business. charter schools, any new revenue we get, we must share that with them from our local funds. So we're looking at student enrollment in Durham County anywhere between 20 to 21% that goes to charters. And so we kind of prepare on the upper end of that scale at 21%. So all of the calculating we do for what we need to continue, we gross that up to make sure we net what we actually need after we pass on our contribution to the charter schools. Okay. The next section that I always refer to as expansion is where we start to lift up some expanded efforts, some new efforts, things that may be of interest to the district moving forward. We had the conversation earlier about teacher supplements. So just kind of doing some math of what would it take for us to move up another spot on the list and keep making progress. That would require an investment of a little over $2.2 million to work our way on that list. So just for some additional info behind that, the average teacher supplement in Chapel Hill Carborough is $688 higher per year. This math reflects us moving up $700 per year to try to notch ahead of that second spot and make progress. Just given how the market works, I've seen districts make investment and then still hold their same spot. So if you're not moving, you're falling behind usually with teacher supplement these days. Another area that's really critical for us where compensation is concerned are our bus drivers. We were thinking about them, well, we've been thinking about them all year, but we had especially deliberate concern and conversation about them during inclement weather. And we were concerned about days missed when school was closed, and what sort of tools can we put in our toolbox to make that less stressful for our bus drivers and help them have some stream of income that happens no matter what with the weather. So looking to include a supplement, a classified supplement that's a regular part of the monthly pay for our bus drivers of $200 a month, which would be $2,000 a year for them. And so that would require a little over $377,000 to do that for our bus drivers so that they've got something predictable regardless of what happens with the weather. Credit to Dr. King for borrowing that idea from another district that he's worked in. It's a great idea. Master's pay, you've heard from me at this podium quite a bit about master's pay and trying to find a way to make that work and make it work in our current budget. So I think at this time last year, the district really did not predict how many teachers would ultimately benefit from that local program. And so there was a shortfall of a little over $1.2 million in the current year. We've taken that same number, applied our current pressures of how much we think wages will move, how much we think the benefit rates are going to move to capture what that number would look like for next year. We've also heard from our social workers quite a bit and acknowledged their desire to be included in the Master's Pay Initiative. The best statistics we have at this time is that there would be 11 social workers that fall in this scenario, and that investment would be $79,838 next year to bring them into the fold with that local master's effort. Another area of focus that's pertinent to personnel are positions that we needed in order to make growing together possible. These positions affect dual language, our Montessori pre-K programs, and the Montessori work at the lower grade levels. These positions had been funded with the Mackenzie Scott funds, and we are likely to be in a position to not have those going into next school year. So we wanted to lift this up as a need for the district to sustain these positions for growing together and make sure that happens. In the space, as the board knows, ESSER funds sunset a few months ago. And so those funds had to be encumbered by September of '24 and liquidated in December. And there were three resources that had been funded by ESSER dollars that were pertinent to social emotional health of our students and in our response to trauma. I am not the content expert on those things, but I wanted to make sure these made their way into our budget document for conversation as it relates to those areas. One of them is a social emotional curriculum in the district. Another is a partnership that we have in addressing trauma. and another is a software that a lot of districts use. And we saw this in particular during COVID when everybody had ESSER money, the use of the software to gauge the social emotional well-being of our students and have some sort of measurement on that. We have had this next category, lots of conversations with superintendent and the board, and you've lifted this up in your legislative priorities as a board, and the need for additional investment in exceptional children funding. So we know that the state is not funding our full enrollment cap, and we would receive over $5 million, $5.5 million more likely, if the state were in a model that acknowledged our full enrollment cap. So we're just thinking about a way of continuing to lift this up and not ask for all of this at one time, but find a way to slowly fold this in and work our way up to meeting those needs. And so looking at about a fifth of that in this year to take a positive step towards getting more local resources. Just to really further demonstrate Durham's investment, so yes, if the state funded our full cap, it would be over $5.5 million, but the needs are so great for us that we actually spend a little over 10 million in local dollars to support our exceptional children efforts. So it's really a critical need for us as we take care of our students. Again, like the continuation items, we must share with charters, and so we've gone through that same exercise of grossing that up to make sure we would get what we actually needed. The other area, I'm not sure if Durham has ever lifted up non-recurring items before. It's something that I've done in the past. And so we did receive a request to refresh some instruments for students and some art materials for students. And so wanted to lift that up as a one-time item, $150,000 for this refresh. You know, we may have some conversation with the county about them making that investment through our capital outlay fund instead, so that we don't have to share any of that with charters, but more to come on that as we continue to work through the process and collaborate with our partners at the county. So the next page, we talk about our history of local appropriations, and that you can see that tremendous growth that has occurred over the years. So with everything that we've discussed in this current level of priority setting, looking at just shy of a $16 million increase from the county, and then looking for the county to stick to that investment of $8 million in capital outlay from county funds. And so that was an increase this year. It was a little more complicated this cycle because it involved the use of the county's ARPA dollars, and it required finance and operations to be savvy to piece that together to meet our needs. But we're looking forward to next year of just having $8 million outright in county appropriation dollars for capital outlay. So again, we look forward to your feedback and hearing what we know, that you hear things, and we know that you've got some perspective, and we are certainly open, right? So this is a dynamic document, and it's ultimately going to flesh out into the full line items. A couple of other things that I will touch on, just maybe in anticipation of questions, right, is that I think it's, you know, it's no secret at this point, we've put some measures in place to manage the current year in our financial circumstances, and to also try to set us up for success next year, right? And so we've got a hiring freeze that's currently in place in Durham, like a number of districts in North Carolina. My colleagues and I find ourselves all in this kind of similar place of needing to press pause, assess what we're working with, and make sure that as we transition into the new school year, we don't create unnecessary hardship for staff. So we are in place with that. We are very deep in the allotment process and working through that. And I think we maybe spent the whole day talking about allotments. So we made a promise to our principals that we would have information to them today, and we met our promise. And so we're underway with that. And so we just want to make sure that everything shakes out the way that we needed to, and that the money's available for us to take care of things. So yeah, it's going to be part of our long-term strategy here as well. So, so with that, I'll just kind of defer the balance of my time and answer any questions that the board may have, and ready to take notes on how you're thinking and feeling.
Colleagues, any questions for Mr. Teeter? Dr. Lewis, did you have something to share?
Yeah, before the question and comment, I do want to, again, we talked about earlier, just the need for transparency and accountability around this budget, and certainly want to thank the work that our Office of Public Affairs in partnership with our Finance Office have done in the form of ensuring that we're educating our public and providing information with our 3 series that have been released so far. In addition to the part 3 series, there was an interactive tool that was out there for people to really look at and see how our budget works. And so just wanted to lift that up in terms of making sure that we are doing all we can to inform our public around our budget.
Colleagues, Mr. Tab.
Thank you. Just wanted to uplift where in the budget did we talk about the athletic and arts supplement? Where does that fall? What categories does that fall?
So, right, it'll be in, right, it's in our general compensation space, right? So so I think, at this point, we've not lifted that up as a space where we're proposing change, but certainly based on, feedback that we get, that's an area where we're willing to do some work to examine it further and bring forward a proposal for what that would look like.
Okay, and the second part of that is, with the non-recurring items, is the category is musical instruments refresh, but I also see under there that there is a category for single, I guess that's middle school dance and theater, with the replacement of the Marley dance floors and the replacement of 10 theater light fixtures. It's saying middle school. Where would the category be for high school?
I think so in the top section there, right, we do have some needs that were lifted up for high school, right? So I think our cultural arts department pulled this together just in terms of the area where they saw the most pressing need for refresh. So we had some high school band items at the top, some high school orchestra items, middle school here in the middle, and then a little bit there for elementary near the bottom of their list.
Yeah, that's why I'm lifting this up, because there's nothing there that says high school theater or dance.
And I will say they recently, so at our request, they recently sent us, so I sort of challenged them of, if you had more than $150,000, what more would you do? And so I think we're in very recent receipt of a document that would show what they would do if they had up to 450. And so what we can do, for the next review, we can kind of share what that broader list looks like and the other categories that might touch if they had more than 150.
I appreciate that,
Yeah.
because they're gonna ask me about it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have a question that sort of follows up on that, if that's okay. So there's a specification that this is for a single high school band, for a single high school orchestra, for a single middle school band. I'm assuming y'all know what schools these are going to.
I think they do. And so we can definitely bring that forward. And I think they've had a process of prioritizing where they would start and work forward. But we can definitely shed more light on that for you at the next work session. And even ahead of that, if we need to.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Byer, then Ms. Carter Otten. We'll just go down the road. Ms. Byer, Ms. Carter Otten, Ms. Huns. I'm sorry. Carol Goff. I'm sorry, y'all.
So, Mr. Teeter, I just want to thank you for all the ways that you have just jumped into the deep end of all Durham Public Schools, finance, payroll, accounting, all of it, and the clarity that you were bringing to it and the transparency. I do know that, and you said this earlier, that people want more detail. They want more detail, and I want you to assure them that more detail will be forthcoming
It is,
as we
yes.
proceed. But I thought you might want to address the notion of zero-based budgeting that was discussed, and just give some reaction to perhaps that the longer-term plan, as you go forward. I thought you might want to
Absolutely.
speak to that.
Yeah, so we do have elements of zero-based budgeting in our work, and, particularly, right, so the allotment process that I alluded to earlier, right, we're just not de facto rolling forward with the same number of positions that we have in the district. We're making sure those are aligned with appropriate ratios, and that we're sticking to those ratios, where our personnel is concerned. It's such a huge part of our budget. We also look very critically, at departmental budgets. Are they using everything we've been giving them? And we're asking questions of, well, why didn't you? Is there something, that we need to know that we can't see? And so we do kind of press in that way, to make sure, that we're addressing areas where we're underutilizing resources and trying to hit that reset. We've got kind of a committee of senior staff that's been together to question a number of things in terms of, oh dear, in terms of contracts and relationships and whether or not those things need to continue. So, but yes, absolutely. And we are just as excited as Ms. Cooper is about the new website, because we're going to have a finance page, right? So we're looking forward to giving her bushels of material that we'll be able to put on there, so that folks can see even more information at their leisure, as we continue to open up the books further and share what's going on.
So I so appreciate you budgeting for increase in utilities, things that we should have been doing all along. I look forward to ways that we can do multi-year in the future and project better. I look at the grim projections from districts around us, and I just am still struggling to know whether we are being overly optimistic as we prepare with the uncertainty of federal funding, with the uncertainty of a state that is not willing
Yeah.
to change their status on corporate tax rates. So I'm hoping that as you bring us as you work through allotments, that you can bring us some clarity on where we are. I mean, does every school have an AP yet? I know we worked really hard last year to get front office equity and making sure that every school had the basics, but we did that at the expense of some AP positions and things like that. And I don't want to add extra things to your list, because I don't necessarily think that the county has this for us, the 16 that you've added up. So that's where I'm kind of personally struggling as you all continue to lead this. And as you maybe continue to help prioritize this list of stuff beyond the continuation budget. If we do not get it all, what are your top priorities for student impact with an equity focus as y'all lead forward through this? I think would be super helpful, because I think the county is facing some grim times too, and I know y'all have had some of those conversations. So I look forward to just kind of like allotments and holding to allotments, especially when we know that schools are operating on 85%, right? And I guess that's your plan for them to hold it at 85% as well?
Yeah, I think my perspective is, and we talk about this a lot. My lens has been very interesting in that I've spent a lot of time working in very poorly funded districts, and I think I look at some of the allotments sometime, and I'm really blown away, by some of the resources that Durham's been able to make possible, and I'm like, what's wrong? Like, this is really, it's really nice funding. And so I know we want our folks to dream big, and I think, but that's where we are, in this cycle, is in terms of the school's operational budgets, hanging on to that 85% threshold, our departments as well. And so we've shared in that, and I try to keep reminding folks of that every chance we get. And the allotments were impressive. And we had some really a lot of fun today unpacking those formulas and the history behind that. There's just a lot of history across administrations, I think, and how they've approached that. And so we've had some fun trying to establish equity. And I think just sort of the issue of the school, one thing I could answer for sure at the podium just from our work this week, I think we did address the front office issue, so the district did stick to that deliberate effort to have a minimum level of months of employment in our front offices at schools. So that definitely did pan out, and it occurred quite frequently. So, yeah, so thank you for all that.
So, but APs, we're not there yet with a full, do you know?
I
Or
think-
before we come back another time, could we, yeah.
We can, yeah, and from what I saw, it looked like there was I think no one will ever turn down an additional AP. And from my experience, right, and so I think we've seen coverage, right? I think with the exception of some very kind of unique specialty school situations that we have, we've seen some modicum of AP coverage on the sheets that I saw today, and we certainly have some folks who want more. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be interested
Yeah.
in looking at that and whether there's any equity we can bring to make sure everyone has at least a full-time AP. But I mean, we might not be able to do it, or it might be multi-year. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Teeter. I have just two very hopefully simple questions. I just wanted to know the growing together positions that are listed, are those all new positions that the district need for growing together? Are they would all be brand new positions, or they're positions that existed?
They are existing, and they have been funded from Mackenzie Scott donation funds at this point in time.
Okay. And then my second question was, is all the capital outlay income county bond money, or is there some of that that is other funding for
So-
capital outlay?
Great question. There are a blend of resources, right? So the bond money is a huge proportion of that. We also, right, it includes the county appropriation that we receive. And then we do have some situations where I think Durham's got a really cool situation that I've not seen in North Carolina before, where developers are paying fees of sorts as they construct, and so they're paying fees to the district. So yes, it's a collection. Lottery funds are running through there as well. So a collection of things come together to put that in place.
Well, I'm just wondering, that the heart of that question comes, from listening about, students asking for building improvements and things of that. I'm wondering, is all of that money allocated, or do we have money that we can consider in the budget for doing some of those things?
Dr. Webb will shoot me down if I'm wrong, but I think there is something in place for all of that money. And I think certainly we could use more, but I don't know if you wanted to add any more to that.
Thank you, Mr. Teeter. Great question, ma'am. It's somewhat of a moving target, but we do have some specific goals for that $8 million that was allocated. Based on school requests, school needs, school observations, what our staff have seen, and eventually what our long-range capital improvement plan looks like. So that's all part of that as we develop that budget and be fiscally responsible with that money and make it last for a whole year. But we've got some expanded things within maintenance already, so there would be a larger allocation for them planned. And then our capital improvement, our capital planning department has some projects that are not funded by a bond, but are certainly necessary to keep things headed in the right direction. So every penny is not allocated, but there's a home for every penny at this point.
Okay, and thank you so much. I thank you, Natalie, for that language. That really resonates with me about student impact with the equity lens, when we're getting ready to decide, how to prioritize money in the budget.
Ms. Harold Goff, can I uplift a couple of things along those lines? First thing, for the hundreds of viewers watching, we need them to email their members of the General Assembly, particularly their senators, because Senator Sophia Chicklick and Natalie Murdoch have co-sponsored a bill, SB 397, to invest in Durham's education athletic infrastructure that would appropriate $4.5 million in non-reoccurring funds for capital improvement and repairs and renovations for public school buildings, public school athletic fields, and other public school facilities. So we got some work to do to help them get that passed. And the governor did introduce in his education plan request for a capital bond for North Carolina schools. So we got stuff to do to help make happen. Ms. Sunset.
I feel stressed a little bit about the time. All right. Thank you, Mr. Teeter, for this presentation and getting us started in this journey. Some of my questions were answered and you addressed some of them already. But I do have a few more. When we first talked about master's pay, which I actually think, well, I shouldn't say first, sometime in the fall, when we talked about master's pay, which I think predated your time here, there was also a question of who else is paid on that teacher schedule that also might have assumed that they would have qualified for master's pay. I know that we did get some emails about other folks who were paid on that schedule. And so I just think if we are talking about expanding for our social workers, and I think a lot of the rationale was around, we are paid on the teacher schedule. So we believe would have gotten this. It also should apply to other folks who might be on that schedule and those roles. I have no clue how many people that is or what those roles might be, that folks that are on that schedule, but I just think I'm lifting that up as something I think we should consider. I think the other you mentioned this a little bit about the budget booklet, the kind of really large one. Would we have that in April at the work session, or would it be available for the work session in April?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
so we'll have sort of that first crack at that reflects these priorities, and if there's anything, so if we come away tonight with anything else that we might add, right, we'll modify it to reflect that.
And that'll be helpful so we can get the full breadth of everything that we're talking about. The arts is included in here in these non-recurring requests, which I think is really wonderful. And I'm curious to know how the arts became the request. And because I am sure there are other departments that have some non-reoccurring requests. Now, I'm not saying that the arts shouldn't get it. Mr. Tab is giving me a look for anyone who's watching online. I'm not saying that. I'm just curious to know what the decision point was on this one, and how can we make sure that we address the other needs that I know that are pressing across departments.
Yeah, I think as we worked our way through the requests that came through departments, right, that was really popped right off the page as an opportunity to grab something non-recurring. And I think just sort of strategically, I've had success putting something out there as a non-recurring item that, the county government often sees it as, okay, we can check something off the list. We did this great thing. And this one in particular, we may have some opportunity to funnel it through their capital funds and avoid, charter contributions. But a lot of what we saw was recurring from requests, lots of personnel things in nature. So I was excited to see this item. I was like, aha, we got something that we can work with that, and it may come back up again, in the future is okay. We want to push this out a little more, but that it was just a really good opportunity there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think there's this year, but then like I always bring up, there's this multi-year conversation around budgets. And so I see that we have certified staff teacher supplement in this year. And I'm thinking if we had a cadence in the past of doing one or the other. So we're looking at classified for next year. My question is, what do we need to do probably starting today or soon to be prepared for what that looks like next year? Because we know it's a complicated issue, a complicated thing that we know we want to get right. And I think it will require more than just, I don't know, but require more than just bumping everybody up in the current schedule. So I'm putting that out there as if we're going to think about that for the upcoming year, there's work that probably needs to start soonish to get yesterday maybe, to get that ready.
I agree.
Great. Glad we're on the same
It's a lot of
page.
it will be a tremendous lift to move classified to the next stage of things. And there would be a great, rightfully so, just a very high level of scrutiny on what we do next for that. And so, and I've said it at a couple of meetings, I don't think, and it may be an internal versus an external, but, it would necessitate another study. And so, for us to kind of roadmap what we do next with classified. And we'll be curious too, what happens with we'll have some decisions to make with this cycle too of how we react to whatever the state does for state employees and how we adjust our scales accordingly. So, yeah, absolutely.
Can't wait to see the next step for that. And I think this is similar to what Ms. Byer kind of lifted up around, when we had a lot of ESSER dollars, we were also adding different positions in different schools. So we have more counselors and other social workers, mental health professionals. And so now that that money's rolled off, I'm just curious to even know where we are in our schools when it comes to, how many counselors or social workers, mental health supports, like what is there? As we've kind of trimmed and shifted things around. And I think that also this is probably a cross-sectional conversation around just audit of what's available. There's the positions, but also the other things. Our students lifted up today, sports, athletic fields has often come to our board, jerseys and that kind of thing. Like I don't, in the past, it seems that we've kind of, if you brought something, then we're ready to respond to it. And how do we comprehensively start really looking at what we have available in our district, what we don't have, which school has what? Right? That's often another thing. Someone's school's PTA may be able to raise money for something where other schools don't have that same resource. And so some of those conversations, I think some of this is laying the groundwork for what's in the future too. So how we start doing some of those audits, looking at what we have, don't have, kind of a reset to think about the years coming. Thank you.
Ms. Chavez? All right, thank you. So few thoughts and questions. So, I know you're going to flesh out in more detail our full budget. So that's coming in, we'll get a full budget booklet with,
Right.
not
Oh,
just the, okay.
yep.
Not just the expansion pieces. And then, with the, okay, so wanted to go back to the teacher supplement that, Ms. Umstead lifted up. So did you say we're not sure about the supplement and us also master's pay? Who all is included in that, or?
I think sort of what I touched on earlier is right, when the district rolled this out at this time last year, not the best numbers in terms of headcount. And so we've been managing that shortfall for that particular effort was just sort of where we were. So making some attempt to shore that up this cycle and sort of reduce the pressure, right? So we've made some other decisions to make that work this year, and
Yeah.
be nice to kind of get some funding from that and walk back from things that we had to do this year.
Okay, so, I just want to be very clear about which positions we're funding within these. So the teacher supplement, is that all certified, or which certified? And then, yeah, and then with the master's pay, which, positions and maybe job category numbers?
Right, so, and that has, in my career, varied from district to district where we've included, and I might tap in Kim Hager to make sure I don't misstep, right? So we do have other certified roles in the district that benefit from that. And so we have, and so you're nodding, so anybody who's certified, we're doing that at this point in Durham, because I know it has evolved over the past few years, is my impression in Durham. And then have we added nurses to that here too? And so although we're paying them on a classified scale, they're getting that supplement, so.
Okay, so the teacher supplement is, certified plus nurses. Okay.
Wait, I thought there was some notion about whether people taught 50% or more.
That would be for the masters.
Oh. Gotcha,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, we're dancing between the two, I think.
So that's the supplement, and then with master's pay,
Mm-hmm.
we have teachers listed and social workers, but I think obviously one thing we want to clear up is when we use teachers, who are we using? Who are we talking about? Which categories are we talking about? And not, just
Sure.
if, maybe we can use
Mhm.
certified when we're talking about all certified, but then, I definitely want to be extra clear about who we're talking about giving what to. Um, and then going to the IAs. Oh, also wanted to mention this, a social worker wrote to us and said that, in her research, which she had sent us earlier this year, there are more than 11 social workers who are not paid, for their masters. So I want to lift that up. I was trying to look for the spreadsheet. I couldn't find it. I know I saw it before. But, so that maybe some coordination there needs to happen so we have a totally accurate number on the for social worker masters pay. Montessori IAs. Um, so, speaking with teachers at Little River recently, they were giving, I think a number of us have met with them and just getting a fuller picture of what Montessori has looked like rolled out there. I could really see the need for an IA in a new Montessori classroom where you have multiple grade levels. But what I just like to know, it doesn't have to be right now, but the ratios, IA to teacher, and does that differ, Montessori versus non-Montessori? And then I know they also have a Montessori coordinator. I was wondering if that was like something that was being explored for the other for our other Montessori schools. Let me see what else. And any response to that? I don't want to cut off a response, but I also don't know the response right now.
So I think, right, so we had conversations about that as we've worked through allotments, that we do need to address the instructional aides for our Montessori schools. And so it is a different ratio that's a little more giving than a normal elementary school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll just add to that. If we're really serious about having a true Montessori model, then that guide, they call them a guide, the guide has to be in that classroom with the teacher. That's a part of that true Montessori process. And once we get to a point where we may want to be AMI or AMA, a recognized school, that's one of the things that they look for to see if there is a guide in that classroom along with what we're calling the IAs as well.
And the guide could be that Montessori coordinator, that Montessori coordinator role, or that's another role.
Yeah, that's another.
Okay.
Yeah. So essentially, you have a teacher and an IA in every Montessori classroom.
Okay. And then I also wanted to ask, somewhat thinking about Montessori, but just in general, I would like to know, and I know one of our constituents raised this up, are there areas where we are cutting, or are you going to give us, I know you've been kind of evaluating things, are you going to come back and give us some detail on that? Maybe things where the outcome wasn't worth the investment, or other ways where we're kind of slimming down.
Right, so to that, there has been a working group pulling that together.
Okay.
We've got a proposal that we're packaging up for the superintendent to react to, and then we'll govern ourselves accordingly after his reaction. And so, you're right, it's possible we'll have something in front of you here soon based on that final review.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think that's important too, but I'm glad there's it's all in progress. There were some concerns lifted up around the cost of the Montessori, and are we getting the biggest, bang for our buck there? When maybe we could have a more kind of streamlined training or something like that. But I know there are lots of areas, so I'm glad the working group is looking into all the things. The last thing I was gonna ask about is our salary schedules. I know we're not doing a full study right now, but up-to-date salary schedules, you all were working on those. Is that correct?
So I know recently we,
No. Yes.
okay.
Good evening. Yes, we are working on making sure those are updated. We recently met probably about a week ago, just making sure those are updated and ready to go.
Okay. And so they're updated now, or they will be?
They will be.
soon? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teeter. I'm sorry, Ms. Byer.
Sorry, thinking about bus driver pay, I saw y'all had the supplement, which is a $200 a month, you know, a $2,000 supplement. Did you all, I think we may have talked about this before offline, but did you all talk about what's in the board's legislative agenda to see what it would take to get folks to $20 an hour as starting? If yeah.
So tentatively we did, and so I think, sort of some, the fast track maybe would have been a little more compression than there was comfort. And so we do still need to flesh that out farther. And so we can have that prepared for the work session as an option to look at.
Jim, can you speak to, based on your research and some of the numbers, the estimate number of bus drivers that may be below 20, or you still working those numbers?
There was a very, I don't have that work paper in front of me, but it was a very small number of drivers that had the low numbers of years and experience, right? And that's very symptomatic of our crisis that we've been going through with bus drivers. And so it was a relatively small population that we would need to look at. And so, so I think it was tempting for me to contemplate a quick spot fix on that, but
But
didn't
you have
want.
to address the compression.
Right, and so we
Yeah.
didn't want to trigger, so, so for the work session, we can have a fuller scale to look at.
Yeah, I'm just curious, like if I had to prioritize anything from how we lived through this year, it would be our transportation and making sure we can get kids to school. And so the other piece that I know y'all heard a lot was the sub pay for folks that are filling in and covering that have years of experience and whether the sub pay can increase in some fair way. But thank you.
Colleagues, any other comments, questions? Thank you, Mr. Teeter. Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Lewis. Next item on our agenda is for information only for the overnight field trips. Followed by that is the operations services update and transportation updates. Dr. Webb.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, board members and Dr. Lewis. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you again. It's always a pleasure. I have with me tonight our interim Executive Director of Auxiliary Services, Mr. Ken Barnes. And he'll be backing me up tonight, as he always does. So if we can move to our transportation update slideshow, please. All right, slide, please. Next slide. There we are. So the language defining express stops, I won't read you that. You've seen that before in previous presentations, defining and extolling the benefits of express stops. But to cut to the chase, the question that's been on our before us for several months now, while express stops are needed to streamline our routing and our bus overall transportation, we do not plan to expand express stops for the 25-26 school year. So if you remember, the proposal was for DSA, Rogers-Hur, and SDC. So for the afternoon, our plan is not to expand those express stops for next year, but we would reserve the option for express stops for future usage as needed. Next slide, please. So some of the challenges and implications of express stops while we're discussing it. So our final routing and rider numbers for 25-26 will be determined by those who request ridership, and those requests go on well into the summer. So we're looking at a number that we're trying to plan for a number we don't have yet. And then the ridership implications of the second phase of growing together are unclear during the school assignments, legacy ridership. We're working with the school placement departments and looking at all of that information now, and that's part of the total package that will have to be built. Express stops will add another another variable to the routing as we're adding legacy stops and changing school assignments. We felt like now would not be the time to to move to express stops. So the DSA, RHMS, and SCS stops could yield 8 drivers for next year. But as I said, at this point, we are not planning to implement those changes for next year. When we do look at express stops, if we look at legacy transportation after doing express stops, it's conceivable that more routes could be needed as a result of implementing those. Next slide, please. And next slide. So currently there are 19,107 students assigned to buses. That equates to 139 route packages. So 139 routes. Next slide, please. And as we're talking about our routing, our team is hard at work right now, already writing what the routes should look like for next year. We've had an ongoing conversation with North Carolina State University Institute for Transportation Research and Education, or ITRI, and they have recommended it's not just about making the route more efficient, it's making an accurate route and routing it, fixing it on the front end. And so our team is working with them now to not only determine what services they can offer us in the future, but they've been giving us advice on the routing that our team is doing now. And Mr. Barnes is confident that we will be yielding drivers as a result of our routing efforts. Next slide, please. Our next steps and our recommendations as we move forward, we'd like to reopen the 3rd bus lot in this northern, southeastern, and southwestern. Utilize ITRI perhaps in an expanded scope for routing for next year. And I will point out here, Mr. Barnes and I met with a vendor just earlier this week who offered us the opportunity to even expand our routing capacity through their program. So we're actually looking at that and trying to determine if that would work and be helpful to Durham. We will continue driver retention and recruitment efforts with transportation and human resources working very closely together. Advertise and utilize the generosity of, as Dr. Lewis mentioned earlier, the foundation's commitment to fund driver onboarding fees. So let's talk about that recruitment as we move forward. Next slide. And next slide. So this is a little bit dated information. As I sat down tonight and turned my computer on, I got some updates. So the numbers that I'm about to share with you, they are currently even better, but I will give you what we have here on the screen. So as of 3/17, we had 9 DPS employees who had already had a current PNS endorsement. You've heard about those wonderful individuals before they stepped up. That brings a total of 22 DPS employees who are also driving a bus. Since 3/17, and again, this number has expanded, 14 total new bus drivers, 9 candidates in queue. And that means they could be waiting on testing, waiting on physical, waiting on their final assessments, but they are very close to joining the driving corps. In March, our bus class, we had 9 of 11 students pass. And then we have students working on getting either the DOT physical, drug screen, exam, or permits in order to be scheduled for post-certification tests. That's the NQ I mentioned earlier. We currently have 134 full-time drivers, and our goal is 155. Next slide. As mentioned earlier, and I believe this is a growing gift, a growing wonderful thing, the DPS Foundation has set a goal, I believe it's $19,000 to assist with driver onboarding. This can cover the licensing and DOT physical fees. And the initial cost of driver onboarding is just under $400. I estimated at 47. I think the goal is 50 drivers that we could actually add to the scheme of our team. The link that you see is one that is maintained to actually, if someone is interested in taking part, and they can log on to this and begin the process to get their onboarding fees taken care of. So I have gone over a fair amount of information in a short period of time. Are there questions that I can perhaps answer for you, or Mr. Barnes can answer for you?
Thank you so much, Dr. Webb. Colleagues? Ms. Umstead?
Thank y'all for this presentation. I'm so glad to hear that we're working on optimizing routes. I think that's something we heard loud and clear from our bus drivers, and the recruitment that means that we're gonna have more folks in the queue, which is great. Also grateful to hear that we're not gonna have to do express stops for next year. I'm curious how we are getting that information out to families. I'm a little concerned. I know we're past the date that families had to commit to schools, and I know this was a part of something they were considering. So how do we make sure that people know who we're thinking I might not, I'm not sure. We still getting emails. I don't know. How do we make sure families have that information? While I'm sure some of them are watching us tonight, I know a lot of them might not be.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that. And we, of course, didn't want to share that news with our families until we had shared it with you first. But we'll be working with our Office of Public Affairs and try to get that information out in every way, in every venue possible. Thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions? Ms. Byer?
I just really appreciate y'all continuing to work on this most urgent priority and bring refreshed data to us. Gratitude to the foundation for stepping in the ways that they
Absolutely.
have. And wondering if one of the retention efforts y'all have might be to see if there's any summer work that we could offer to some of our staff. Obviously, not many buses need to be driven, but there's painting, there's grounds work, there's other things that might be going on over the summer that might help us with retention. And that's just an idea for y'all to think about as you talk with drivers. We don't want to get them trained and in the DPS family and then lose them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We absolutely will take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Webb.
Thank you, friends.
That's it. Oh, Dr. Lewis, you can say something.
Thank you. I just want to thank our community members, those that have stepped up in a major way. Durham Council of PTA for writing handwritten notes and taking them out to the bus lots. Rotary stepped up in a major way. Durham Public Schools Foundation stepped up in a major way, and those others that have just gone above and beyond to just show their appreciation for our bus drivers. I also wanted to lift up the feedback that we received from our bus drivers as early as November in terms of some things that we can do to ensure we're retaining our bus drivers. And one of the things that they mentioned was opening that other lot back up. And so thank you to our transportation staff for making that happen. And those are families. Those bus drivers, those groups are their families. They wanted to use a bus to go on a holiday dinner, just the northern lot that had closed, and we allowed them to do that. And so we're so appreciative of them giving us our feedback, but most importantly, us reacting to that feedback.
Thank you all. Colleagues, I would like to take a moment of personal privilege to address some of the public comments that we've had tonight. Dr. Lewis, I know you've been working with DAE on a meet and confer policy. Can you provide the board an update on that?
Sure. Thank you for this opportunity to provide an update. Administration has been working with DAE and meeting with DAE in an effort to bring a meeting confer policy that one centers students, supports our workers and administration as well. We've had several meetings with DAE. And again, we want to bring a policy that's efficient and inclusive. As efficient and inclusive as possible. There's been a lot of give and take during those meetings, and we've reached a point where there are just only two items that we need to finalize. And one is dealing with that part of the statute, Part 9, that addresses equal access for all education employee agencies, or simply put, how we will address working with other employee representative organizations, or you may hear the term EROs. Then the second one is dealing with the composition of the meeting confer committee, particularly the district's representation. Through those meetings, we've seen different iterations and proposals and compromises. There was a need for or want for the district's committee to be all administration, and so we shifted that in a way that we feel like we've compromised in that area. We've made several attempts to come back to the table, some as early as winter break. Certainly respect DAE's stance on those two items. We sent our most recent compromise proposal dated March 20th to them. We know that they made an attempt to come back to the table this past Wednesday. Also sent 3 potential dates that we are available, 3 dates in April 8th, 15th, and 23rd, I believe, that we are available to come back to the table. Actually reached out to President Tweetmeyer today. We had a couple of phone conversations still addressing those 2 items. We received some feedback from our attorneys, and we were actually trying to get back to the table before the meeting today, so that we can continue to move the work forward. So I feel very strongly that we're at a point where we feel comfortable bringing a draft proposal to the board.
Thank you. Dr. Lewis, could you share the March 20th draft proposal in board docs? That's something that can be
Yes.
facilitated.
Yeah, we can get that uploaded in board docs.
Okay. I would like to express my gratitude to DAE, everybody who has written to us, called us, emailed us about Meet and Confer. It is inspiring to see such passionate advocacy for a policy that seeks to empower our educators, strengthen collaboration, and ultimately enhance the educational experience of our students. While this marks an important step forward, the board wishes to reaffirm our full support for Superintendent Dr. Lewis. His leadership through these complex and evolving conversations has been both steady and invaluable. Thank you, Dr. Lewis, for working tirelessly to navigate the diverse needs of our students, our staff, and the broader community, ensuring that all voices are heard, respected, and considered in pursuit of a sustainable and thoughtful solution. I hope that we can get a policy in front of the board that we can agree on soon. I hope that we can get feedback from community about our shared values around meeting and conferring with our employees. We've got work to do. Will you bring us a clean and polished version in the future? I mean, soon, how quickly can we expect to have a conversation about this?
I would like to have a conversation at our next board meeting, April 10th, at our work session.
Okay. Everybody good with that? Awesome. With that, I'll accept a motion to go in closed session.
So
I'm sorry.
I was just trying to think through the way the board docs is set up. Where would you want the superintendent to post the meet and confer policy? Because the agenda is kind of set. I'm thinking you could put it on the superintendent update. You could stick it there maybe as a spot to place it, or
If that's what you recommend, Rod, we welcome that.
I think that makes sense, because you don't necessarily, unless you want to make a motion to amend the agenda to add meet and confer as an informational item, and then you could post it there. That'd be another option.
I mean, he spoke about meet and confer in his
Yeah,
comments.
let's
He
do it
did.
as
That's why I was thinking we
superintendent
could
update.
put it under superintendent update.
Superintendent update.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, we still have personnel to address in closed session.
Move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead, seconded by Ms. Byer, that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda. Is there any further discussion? As we have in the previous few weeks, we will not be streaming after closed session. All those in favor of going in closed session, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. We are now in closed session. Thank you.